Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Moose Wars Coral Clash 1v1s. I'm your commentator, Spaceatronics. With me is the GOAT, the legend, the man himself. If you don't like him, I don't like you. Say hello.
You didn't have to do all that.
Anyways, welcome back to the Moose Wars Coral Clash 1v1s, presented by AJ Moore 2000 and also sponsored by Brawlhalla. There have been some incredible matches and an incredible amount of upsets this entire day today. And now we're finally down to our top 12. We're going to be starting with our winners quarterfinals, which is going to start with, if I'm looking at the bracket here, Impala and Wrenched. We're going to be having Raydish versus Tiffany, who actually won over Meg D, by the way. We're going to be having Luna versus Truck Stop Burrito. And then we're also going to be having Pierre versus the winner of Sandstorm or Horizon. How you feeling about these matches, Graffiti?
This first match we got coming up here, this is actually, comparing these two players is very interesting because of kind of what I like to call the new age, dawn of a new age of Brawlhalla, how we have a lot of new players like kind of experience leading the first few charges of this movement. Then we got players like Fakey and, like you said, Truck Stop Burrito. A lot of players like also, I guess you can almost kind of consider Radish a bit of that too. Players who are really, really stepping up out of their comfort zone and achieving the highest level of caliber of play. And a lot of new names that have been breaking it into top 8 that maybe we're not used to seeing, and they are kind of revolutionizing the game. Impala definitely being part of that, but Wrenched was a part of a wave of that kind of a lot earlier. Wrenched was definitely a grand finals contender for, I forgot what year, but there was a year where Wrenched was on top of it. Top 3 North American PR, and Impala has been kind of chasing up after him, trying to steal a spot for that. And the two of these players, they have been in very, very similar situations of like being grand finals contenders, being in top 3 PRs. They're just different eras of Brawlhalla. They're just different time periods, if you could say. Impala really kind of representing a dawn of a new age of competitive players, while Wrenched kind of being part of the, I feel like some people would put Wrenched on their Mount Rushmore of players, being kind of one of the old souls that have been around the block and probably know just about everything there is to know about the game.
Yeah, these two players are absolutely insane at the game. It's essentially a match of the new versus the old, the new king versus the previous. You know, Impala has been going absolutely crazy as of recently. Taking the win, of course, everyone knows the win at BCX, and even just recently the win at DreamHack San Diego. He has been proving to be an absolute demon, absolute menace to everyone. But that was the same as Wrenched back in, like, I think 2018, probably somewhere around then. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see this match. Wrenched actually came up here from a victory on AO Blue, and if I go back into the pools and see if there was an upset there. No, that was from a DQ. But yeah, Wrenched has just been going really insane this entire tournament, beating someone like AO Blue, but now he has an incredible force up against him, and that is Impala.
So comparing the stats between the two, Wrenched definitely with a lot more silver medals and also golds. I think actually all of these placements definitely lean over more towards Wrenched, but this is one of the situations where we like to put an asterisk over some of that. I probably pronounced that very wrong, but y'all already know what I mean. Yeah, but this is probably the situation where we would put an asterisk over that, because a lot of what Impala has done is, like we've been saying over and over again, that's recency. That is stuff that has happened, I don't even know if I want to say within the past year, within the past like 4 or 5 months. That is recency right there. They've definitely been, we got Impala in the lobby, so we will be starting the match very, very shortly, but still, yeah, a lot of the stats that are in for Impala's favor have really been kind of training arc of the century up there with Luna's. He has been kind of creeping around top 32 or top 12 of a community bracket, kind of like this one right here, and he he's definitely very comfortable with being in a top 8 spot, but the level that he has been competing and just completely conquering as of late is a real surprise to the whole community. No one was, I don't think anyone was really expecting an Impala top 8. You might have asked like a few of Impala's sparring buddies, you know, a few people who were in those double digits of PRs, who are good friends with him and spar him a lot, and so like, oh yeah, no, he's been improving a lot. You could probably ask like them; they would probably say they would have expected it, but no one else in that room, hundreds and hundreds of people looking up at the big screen during BCX, no one would have guessed that Impala would have been part of the 8 finalists in 1v1s.
Yeah, he took us all by surprise the entirety of BCX, and to take the victory over top of, and he beat so many insane players. Like, I remember, I was surprised when I saw him I still remember, I was surprised when I saw him during the quarterfinals, and then I just hear Impala 3-0 Stingray. Like, what? Like, everyone was, I was shocked hearing that. And then he just went on, kept going, and ended up winning the whole tournament. Just taking the whole world by storm. Like, hey, here I am, here we are, I'm here to play, I'm at the top of the game right now, and it is my time to shine.
Starting off, Impala is able to get the first pick of the weapon. Wrench certainly to follow afterwards, though. Is trying to get a bit of a download. Chase dodge up into Nair is going to catch quite a few dodges, but it's still a great way to start. Wrench struggling with the Nairs. I'm pretty sure you all have seen that clip on Twitter, right? Where Blaster's Nair is a true combo on a fresh stock. You all seen that clip where the DI kicks in?
Yeah, I've seen that clip a couple of times, but it seems it won't matter because you were talking about Blaster Nair, how about Spear Dare? That managed to get the Gimp onto Wrench off the bottom of the stage for his first stock of the tournament, of the stream so far, but Wrench quickly making that back with the Blasters. Let's go! Getting the D-Light recovery. I'm a simple Blaster players, okay? I'm sorry.
So even though Wrench lost that first stock pretty unfortunately, it's the fact that Wrench was able to answer back so quickly, and even though they suffered losing that stock very early, it's still an even game. If anything, despite the fact that Impala took that first stock so quickly, the game state might still be kind of a bit in favor of Wrench, because he's slowly proven, like, anything you can throw at me, I can answer back at, and anything that you try, any box you try to shove me in, I'm just going to reverse it on you. This lead is slowly starting to build up in Wrench's favor, but once we got the bow in Impala's hand, I don't think maybe it was the spear really kind of giving him a good edge in this competition, in this match. It might actually have to be the bow, at least for the KO. It's been doing some pretty good damage, especially against guitars. It's always good to hold off any damage that guitars is able to pull up for its own weight, but still, we might see the signature come out unless Wrench is able to follow through with the read. Not quite, but chases off stage.
Yeah, and Wrenched, I'm really surprised about how this has been going. I 100% thought that Blaster Dare was going to hit, but no, Impala manages to interrupt it with the bow Nair to kill him off the top of the stage, and Wrench is doing a really good job at keeping this an even game. He was the one expected to like lose this set, you know, but honestly he has just been going pretty crazy. Nice side sig coming out from Wrench to take Impala down to his last stock, and he decides to stick onto the guitars while Impala picks up the bow, and then he goes off stage. It's a very dangerous spot to be in against Wrenched.
This is for the first game in the set. Both these players being very, very ambitious off the side of the stage. Wrenched, I think, is really just trying to throw Impala off the stage because Impala's been the one returning back to stage. We do have another weapon. Impala's starting to put some space in between the two. Still not quite switching for the spear. I think it is the bow giving Impala the upper hand in this game. Wrench goes a little bit too hard off stage. Punished, and the ground pound seals the fate for game 1. Reminder, I'm pretty sure all of these sets on stream will be best of 5, so Wrench still has a good few more chances to prove his worth and to prove that he deserves his spot in top 8, but Impala's not making a bad case for himself so far.
Yeah, and if you look at the stats right now, you can actually see that Impala actually dealt more damage, or dealt less damage than he took. which just goes to show how efficient he has been with the stocks. That was probably due to the really quick gimp that he got off the first stock, but that's just still goes to show that Impala, if he wants to get kills, he will do it really quickly. And now going on to this next game in the set, we're going down to the same map, same character picks as well, and Wrench is just trying to find any sort of way. Nice weapon throw into Blaster's side light coming out from Wrench there, and a nice dodge into the end light. He knew that was coming from a mile away, and he's just been dealing damage, doing absolutely crazy, and honestly has just been really doing well.
So far, about a minute in is when Wrench was able to take the first stock. Impala was able to make that stock last a surprising amount of time considering just how deep he was dipping into the Crimson over there. But still, Impala could very well respond. Wrench still just giving up some pretty good damage with the guitars and also able to snag Blasters right out of from under Impala's hands. Not going to be picking up the spear anytime soon. Some unarmed damage is going to let Impala give himself the space for the bow. Not quite up with the recovery, but enters back with the Nair. And honestly, that's a pretty good way to cover your space. You throw out the recovery, it whiffs. You know, you could just toss out a Nair, maybe even a Sair or two to cover the space, making sure your opponent has a bit of a harder time getting punished on you. Impala's off stage and above ground gameplay with the bow has been looking pretty nice so far, but Wrench with the guitars, I mean, guitars are a good weapon in pretty much any game state, are they not?
Yeah, honestly, like wait, you meant guitars. I was about to say bow for some reason. I'm not paying attention. Either way, yeah, you're right. In this sort of game mode, like guitars is actually a really good weapon and has been a good weapon for a pretty long time. But that bow is not much different from that, to be honest. But either way, nice Ensign coming out from Impala, getting that Ensign kill onto Wrench, taking the lead in this game. And I like how he's been managing to guard the weapon with these Nairs have just been deadly. And now he finally picks up the weapon, but not after Impala deals a bit of damage onto Wrench. He's trying to find any sort of dodgery, any sort of kill confirm. The side sig will do it. We're going down to last stocks again. These games have been pretty close so far.
The weapon that Wrench chose to play out their last stock in this game right here was a very carefully made decision, because he needs to make sure that he can build up as much damage as he possibly can, and guitars would be a good way to start. But whether or not he's able to get the KO with guitars might be a harder question to ask. We might be seeing him swatch out to Blasters. No, has guitars doubled down. I think he's just more focused on the weapon start than he is on the weapon. Punishes a unarmed dare with a GC D-Light on Blasters. That is a move that I don't think you see used often, if ever. Although Pierre's been pretty creative with the way that he uses guitars. So although Wrench goes down 0-2, I think we could be seeing some pretty exciting guitar gameplay all throughout this stream.
And that's the second time in a row that we see it. Impala actually takes more damage than he deals. He's just been super efficient with these KOs, and if you look at the weapon damage, actually, he focused a lot more on the bow that game compared to the spear, and it seems to be working really well. He's just been catching Wrench with a lot of these moves, catching him with Ensig specifically, and he's just been dealing damage. These games have been getting incredibly close, but Impala both times have just been going out on top. And now if Wrench wants to take this, he has to do a reverse 3-0 in order to win the set. Do you believe he could do it? I mean, seeing how close these games have been getting, I think there's a good possibility. The double D-Sig.
I mean, also the fact that Wrench was able to hit the double D-Sig does kind of prove that he's getting in Impala's head a bit. So, although I wouldn't put money on it, I would definitely say that Wrench still has a few questions to answer on this test. I think he still has a good chance to pass.
Yeah, he does have a good chance, and I think from what I'm seeing, Wrench is trying to call out Impala on a lot more stuff than he did before. Like, I noticed a couple of times Impala has just been trying to go for a kill option. He tried to go for a ground pound. But now, off the side of the stage, whenever Impala's at the edge guard position, he's deadly. He's insane.
Very similar game state as last game, and Wrench is able to take the first stock yet again. Wrench just needs to hold on to this lead for a little bit longer than the last game if he wants to make sure that the 2-1 is just ever so slightly closer. Impala does have bow, and that's been doing some pretty good.
That's 3
heavy lifting.
Chat, let's count
out the set. Person who's able to keep track throughout the entire tournament gets a resource avatar.
What? Huh? No one's promising anything. Okay, if you do keep count, no one's promising anything, but if you do, that's cool.
You gotta make sure our bases are covered with legal. We don't... That
we
was
have no
idea.
Alright, either way, as we are down to the second stock in this game, Wrench, just like before, is maintaining a pretty good starting lead. And I think, oh my lord, the ground pound catching him so off guard. Just randomly throwing it out off the side of the stage. He could tell that he was going to go for it. And because of that, he managed to get that ground pound KO onto Impala's second stock. And now he's going to be trying to get the third. I think what Wrench kind of struggles on whenever it comes to these games is whenever he gets the lead, I think he's starting to struggle to like maintain it. Like or at least on the other side, Impala's doing an incredibly good job to make sure he doesn't get a lead and does not add up more and more damage. But now this game, I think he's realized he's been trying his absolute best to like make sure that he can land a couple of these hits. And he already has him on orange approaching red on this final stock. Oh, he misses the D-Light recovery. That would have been it, but the kick away. Oh, please, please, please. That's incredibly dangerous. But the Nair coming out from Impala, getting that KO. Finally onto Wrench's second stock, and now he has a very, very good lead.
I mean, going back to something you said earlier, there is a weird kind of psychology with what I'll call the red stock lead. You are up a stock, but you're so heavily damaged that, you know, it'll just take one axe and light to try to pull that away from you. There's a very, very weird mental approach, or at least list of ways you can approach that. And we'll get into that a little bit later, because right now, what the most pressing issue is that Impala has evened out the damage, and it could just be one more bone nair before Wrench goes out and Dinner lowers, or it could be just one more D-Sig before Impala realizes that they have to fight for their food, and they really, really have to put in just another game or two to really seal their deal in top 8. On the ledge guard, Wrench is not quite able to pick it, but instead of going for recovery, chooses to let a side air carry him to a 2-1. Wrenched is still in it to win it.
Yeah, incredible job coming out for Wrenched. Finally taking a game to his name against Impala, and now the reverse 3-0 could be a possibility. One thing I want to notice about tournaments is, or I want to like have everyone know, is game 3 is incredibly pivotal if one of the players is a 2-0. Because then if the one player that's down 0-2 manages to finally get a game, the momentum shifts so much over into his favor. And so much more, like, there's so much more pressure than you would think in, like, Impala's head. Like, hey, he won a game. He could win the next 2 and win the set. Impala just needs to win one more, but he can't let it, like, slide.
And I'm gonna go back to something that we mentioned a bit earlier with the red stock lead. You're probably in a very strange headspace for that, because if you can get KO'd at anything, what, one bone nair, one axe end light, I mean, how do you approach that? Do you completely over-aggress and try to expand your lead, or do you kind of hold back, make it hard for your opponent to hit you, slow down the game, stay defensive, and hold on to that stock? Do you try to gain the lead, or do you try to hold on to the stock? What is your opponent thinking? And then how do you respond to that? Do you know what your opponent expects? It's a very strange place to be in, but neither one of these players will be in that space. Or I don't know, maybe one of these players will be in that space soon, because the game is immediately stepping up pace, and Wrench seems to just kind of be tossing Impala's first stock around. The D-Sig is not gonna work, and Wrench is in the red stock lead, celebrating a bit with a little bit of a pivot dance you see there, but how will he respond? Just like we've noticed, he's been in the spot quite a bit, and he hasn't found the best of victories in this spot. We do see a bit of Meg D tech, which is dash jumping in and then dodging out, so we might be seeing him play a little bit more defensive, changing up his strategy for the red stock lead, and just letting Impala make any mistakes he needs to on his own. A worthy trade. Wrench sends Impala down to last stock, just a little over a minute in.
That was incredible coming out from Wrench, getting that gimp off the side of the stage. If only he made it back onto stage to make it a 3-stock-to-1 lead, but no, he managed to... Okay, Impala, you had me scared there. But now Wrench has such a good lead here, and a lot better of a chance to take this to game 5. But he can't let it go anymore, as Impala has turned up the pace, and immediately, with that D-Sig, brings this to a last stock situation. If Impala manages to take the stock from Wrenched, that means he will be moving on to the winner's top 8 side of things, a 3-1 victory over Wrenched. But Wrenched, with these blasters in hand, is not going to make it an easy trip. He's not going to make it an easy victory. He's been catching Impala with a bunch of these sidelights.
Also, small thing to note. Do you notice Impala's dash jump fast falls during that little stock break? Those were very tiny hops, very consistently. I think Impala immediately pumped it up, saying like, okay, you're in a very dangerous lead. You're shifting over the momentum. I gotta cut it. I've already done too much trolling as it is. I just gotta bring this game to sudden death and try and see if I can snag the 3-1 right here.
That was
good, but trying to set him against Blasters is kind of hard, because Blasters gets KO'd pretty efficiently.
No!
Is able to snag the DC and Sig, and just completely throws out the ledge guard. Just invalidates the ledge guard. Wrench goes down to the lower bracket.
Incredible job coming out from Impala, bringing that back even after being down a whole stock. He did incredible there, but that NSIG will confirm it. He is going on to the winner's top 8, a 3-1 victory over Wrenched, and he is going to be fighting the winner of our next match, which is going to be Raydish versus Tiffany.
You said one of these players beat Meg D?
Yep, Tiffany actually came from a 2-1 victory over Meg D before making it into this winner's quarterfinals, and I'm pretty surprised, honestly. Meg D has just been insane, and Tiffany just showed up, went crazy, did her thing.
Yeah, Tiffany is, just like we said with Wrench, one of the longest standing players in this game at this level. Radish just kind of had a very slow rise to power, has been in like the double digits of PRs. Every once in a while would get a really impressive upset, like, yo, did you hear in this community event, Radish knocked down this pro to lowers bracket and pools in a 2-0. And, you know, it's kind of like slowly build up a reputation, find his way up. But Tiffany being in top 8 is a tale as old as time itself. She is very comfortable in a spot like this, but Radish is also finding himself to be quite comfy in this seat as well, as you notice both of these characters have blocking in. That Tigress is 99, so I'm just saying both these characters locking in a level 100, a mastery character, a mastery level character, and both of these characters are kind of interesting picks, because they really determine how you play the game. And I know that seems very obvious, but it's also kind of about how the weapons, how quickly they build up damage, and the spacing that you need to apply to get the best results from them. Space, if you can go on a little bit more about that. How do you think both these players are planning to use each of their own respective weapons to try and find their way into top 8?
Well, I'm gonna be totally honest, I don't know too much about Tiffany gameplay, but I know Raydish for sure has just been like you said, on an absolute tear, been considered one of the top players of the region for a while, and he's known exactly for that Petra that he's picking right now. And I think he's more of an orb player, if I'm not mistaken, but
He plays orb like it's a primary.
yeah, his orb is just menacing. If you want to study orb, you study Raydish. That's essentially it, where Radish just goes off for so many things, and I'm excited to see how this set will go. If I had to give any prediction, well, it's predicted that Radish would win, but Tiffany also came for a win against Meg D. So who knows? Maybe she's taking the momentum with her going into the set against Radish.
So I think I've finally kind of connected the dots of the question I asked earlier. People tend to say that Radish's defense is among the best in the game, and they definitely have a very valid point saying that. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Tiffany to try and break through that defense with such a rushdown character of Katars. I mean, they were made to enter your personal space and just kind of suffocate you in very dramatic damage changes and color changes. So I think that might be Tiffany's main strategy, to just try and break through the wall of Radish's defense and just overall is neutral. And so far, she's doing a pretty good job of it. Look at this damage lead. Although a series actual defense stat is going to let just a quick few stray hits from orb balance out the damage. Tiffany is so far playing this little introductory dance of the first stop's first game quite nicely. And I think she's slowly proven how she was able to beat Meg D.
Yeah, and honestly, the Katars have been going crazy, but like I've mentioned, or well, like you mentioned, he plays orb like it's a primary. The way he's been moving around with the orb and getting a bunch of these hits has actually been really, really insane. Nice nair to a recovery to make it back onto stage. A GC sidelight there, but Tiffany manages to retaliate, stop the damage, stop the lead with the Katar D-Sig. And she, with the weapon starve, decides to stick on to the Katars, managing to land a couple of nairs onto Raydish. And she's just been trying to move around, just jumping, like moving around in the air to try and catch Raydish with these aerial moves. But Raydish is not going to be letting it go that easily. He goes for the side air off the side of the stage, which I think would have killed if he managed to land it. But now that Radish has the lead, Tiffany's being a little bit more careful now. Nice recovery coming out from Radish, trying to go for a weapon throw, but he tried to go for another move there, but it got caught by Tiffany's down air. And he's just been doing an incredible job getting these weapon starves on Radish and getting this damage buildup. He's just been catching so many nairs, trying to go for recoveries, but Radish manages to land the orb recovery. That still won't do it yet. Everyone's on super deep red. Any move right now will confirm it. But we're trying to figure it out who it's going to be. He goes for the recovery, and he gets hit by the orb recovery, taking off his stock. But that was an incredible job coming out from Tiffany to bring that stock pretty even. That nair would almost do it. If he managed to hit any sort of killing move, that will be the stocks even.
And that's actually one really important thing that you said earlier. I'm really happy you brought that up, that Tiffany is starting to slow down the game. At first, she was trying to use Katars to their full potential and really kind of rush into Radish's face. But now that Radish responded very efficiently and got the first stock despite her efforts, this is definitely Tiffany trying to slow down the game a bit, be very careful, especially after Radish's. Radish has proved his own punish game, and to be able to prove, like, you can chase after me all you want, but any mistake you made, I'm just going to capitalize on that. So the game slowing down, although Radish is able to take that in his favor, it doesn't stop Tiffany from taking away that second stock. Stocks are even, but still Radish with a pretty tasty lead. Tiffany's still just trying to find something that works, while Radish is just sticking with what has already worked for a while from him. But Tiffany's starting to really rack up the pace on Katars and has already have the read on Radish. We have both of these players entering sudden death, red KO color, a fresh weapon in case one of them wants to switch to a weapon that might be a bit better for KOs for the both of them. But still, both of them just trying to dance around the stage, trying to entry. D-Signal might be it, but Tiffany's still off stage.
Yeah, she's been doing an incredibly good job to bring this damage back, try to take this game in her lead, but Raydish has just been going crazy. That side air almost killed Tiffany off the side of the stage, and now he's at an edge guard position, and the end light will confirm it. Raydish takes game 1 of the set.
Still, that last stock from Tiffany is actually looking very promising. I'm gonna be honest, after seeing the first stock, I was getting a little bit worried, saying like, okay, you're using guitars to their best potential. You are using kind of what they're meant to be, but Radish is still responding, takes that first stock and builds a damage lead. I was getting kind of worried in my chair over here, but still, that last stock from Tiffany, that is some great improvement mid-game. We do some out-of-game improvement. Tiffany was able to catch a quick breath of air right before we drop into game 2 on a different map, and also likely with a different approach. Radish is going to have to keep his eyes out to see whatever Tigers might throw his way. Because, I mean, like I said, the way Tiffany has been improving to fight Radish specifically over the course of just that one game,
yeah,
I would still say that we could. I'm gonna be honest. We could be having a game 5 here. I hate to call it early. I hate to curse it. I'm probably cursing it, but I still think Tiffany just needs to download to fully connect, and then we got a game 5.
Yeah, and honestly, I saw it on that last stock where Tiffany just went absolutely crazy. But the GC sidelight side air coming out from Radish almost gets the K off the start of the stage. But like I was mentioning, Tiffany's guitars at that last stock, it looked like it was going completely different. Oh my lord, I cannot talk anymore. I'm talking about Tiffany here. Radish is getting all these moves, and I think Radish is also might be switching up how he plays this game, how he plays this set. Possibly. The D-light recovery from Tiffany will confirm that first stock, and Tiffany has the lead.
We're just also flexing some mechanical skill with the... I don't know if that combo has been dubbed where you throw your weapon down and then GC D-light unarmed? Honestly, never mind. 2 sets in a row. We have a player stepping up to bat out of the comfort zone and takes an incredibly early stock. Although Radish is able to kind of put a band-aid on that wound and stuff Tiffany down to that second stock. That is still a fantastic lead, especially if you saw, like I said, the way that Tiffany's been improving and the way that last stock went and that previous game. I mean, are we seeing a 2-stock? I don't know. Radish could very well just even out damage if Tiffany gets a little bit too confident, gets a little bit too bold. But still, I don't think we're seeing that. Tiffany is actually still choosing her approaches quite carefully and is fully admitting the game is not over. I'm in a good spot, but I can't get too comfortable. I need this 1-1.
Yeah, and she's been doing an incredible job at that. Even though Radish knew that he was in a hold stock disadvantage, Tiffany has just been not letting him go. The ground pound would have been it. Nice GC end light. I don't know if he does have a recovery, but she does have a recovery, but she doesn't make it back as she gets hit by Radish's orb down air.
Tiffany is now in what I like to call combo color because just like we see when you're on a fresh stock and you don't have as much knockback applied to you for every single move, you fly further away. You stay closer to your opponent. Your opponent can keep you close during combos and can extend hit after hit after hit. Because when you're in red, your opponent flies away from you farther. It's kind of hard to keep combos going for there because you got to choose your moves very carefully, and it's a whole ordeal. So the fact that Tiffany was touching down on that last stock on a fresh fresh slate, it might have actually hurt her a little bit, because now we see a pretty close to even game coming out. But still able to respond. Radish backs up to try and get a reaction of some kind, but Tiffany takes that little gap as a way to catch a recovery. And Sig not going to be the catch. Radish snags game 2. Has kept it perfectly even, and Tiffany needs to start finding these KOs a bit sooner if she wants to bring this to a 2-1.
That, I was not expecting that in the slightest. I saw that gimp off the side of the stage, but even with that, Radish still managed to win the game and bring the set to a 2-0 over Tiffany. Now we're going into game 3. If Raydish wins this, that's a 3-0 for Raydish to move on to fight against Impala. But if Tiffany wins this, she's back in the game, bringing this to a 2-1 possibly. But we never know with Raydish. You know, Tiffany could have a lead, but as we saw that last game, that lead could be gone immediately.
I think it was just kind of struggling to find the KO. She was in a great spot last game. Even if that early stock didn't connect and Radish was able to live on that second stock a bit longer, it still would have been a very, very close game. So I still think that you can't completely credit her success for that lead, just that one stock. She was still playing really well. It's just having a bit of trouble finding the KO. Like, I don't know, hopefully we won't be seeing again here. She has been getting pretty good at some chip damage, you know, some D-lights here, some side lights here. But when it comes to actually bring that number 3 to a number 2, I don't know, sometimes that's where it feels like the game slows down and she's having a hard time finding her way in, and Radish is just able to take all the time that he needs to get a side air or a D-light recovery. In just one way or another, Tiffany is able to get a very nice weapon pickup of the guitars. Radish is actually starting to put a lot of pressure on her. She can't find her own personal space. She does find the landing space, but still Radish is chasing after looking to expand his lead. And I think is using the aggressive approach to a red stock lead and trying to reverse the game state from the last time. You were up 2 stocks against me. I'm gonna go up 2 stocks against you. We don't see a signature Radish or D-Sig.
Or that.
See that. We do see Radish in a very, very nice game.
Nice sidelight side air though coming out from Raydish to possibly bring this to a 3 stocks to 1 scenario, and yes, it will be if Tiffany wants to stay in the game and avoid this 3-0. She has to get this reverse 3 stock onto Raydish, but Raydish clearly is not going to let a lead go again.
He does have to let that first stock go, but not without a fight. Tiffany is already starting to, I think, just like a hit or 2 away from orange. That could be very, very risky, but if we saw from that first game on Demon Island, all she needs is for the guitars to be in hand, and she could make a stock disappear. And I think we're seeing that happen a little bit. Gets a little bit too bold off stage, and Radish misses the unarmed combo, just like Tiffany a little bit before. Both these players having not as good luck with their unarmed combos, just proving again why. It's good to stick with the weapons, but it turns out being the weapon recovery that sends her into the weapon throw. Radish taking game 3. And I'm gonna be honest, that set was a little hard to watch. Tiffany was really struggling to try and find that KO at the very end of that second game. If she was able to find it, that would have been 1-1. That would have been the set and her winner's bracket life lasting just a little bit longer. But still, she just couldn't find it. That was actually so unfortunate to watch, but still Radish. I mean, look at that, 1v1 Winter Champion 23. You don't get that by just sitting in a room twiddling your thumbs. You get that by being one of the better players in the continent, serving single digits PR. None other than Raydish goes on into top 8 winner side.
Incredible job coming out from Raydish, taking that set 3-0 over Tiffany. Tiffany, you were doing incredible, and I'm still amazed that you still managed to get that 2-1 victory over Meg D. And I was genuinely surprised about how well you played this set too. I can't wait to see how well you do in the losers bracket. And Raydish, good job. You've made it into the top 8 side of things. You will be going up against Impala for our first set of winners semifinals in top 8. But before we get to that, we're moving into our next set, which is going to be Luna versus Truck Stop Burrito.
Hold on, space. Say it correctly. You see his name in the lobby. Say his name correctly.
Luna versus Truck Stop Burrito!
Truck Stop Burrito!
With 3 exclamation points. He is in the lobby.
All caps.
All caps. He is in here, and he's excited. He's enthusiastic, and he's here to game with the algorithm that we all know and love him for. It's not the Macho Man, but it is the Algrim.
It's close enough. Luna is locking in here with the King title and also the pretty signature Lucian pick that we have been seeing him pop out with for the past few months. And I think he's using this tournament for some pretty good practice for the Royale. Let me check my calendar. Yes, the Royale happening next weekend in just 6 days, where he's looking to defend his King title. That will be very entertaining to watch, and his results in that Royale could actually be, I don't know if I want to say dependent, but we could be seeing, we're getting a pretty good glimpse right here, right now, as to some practice that he's getting in the week before he flies out to Atlanta.
Now, if you look at those stats coming out from Truck Stop Burrito, it says 0 all throughout and 1 top 32. I don't want to let that confuse you. Truck Stop Burrito is insane at this game. Majors, we haven't yet seen him go we've seen him go crazy in 2v2s with Crocky, but when it comes to the 1v1s, he's just been going absolutely wild when it comes to community tourneys. I can't wait for the day where he randomly surprises everybody and goes absolutely wild in the 1v1s as well. But Luna is
What more can I say?
is okay. You know, maybe that doesn't seem to stop him that much. Never mind.
Oh my
Never
god!
mind. All right, he knew it was coming out too. He was waiting for that recovery to come out, and he knew if Truckstop actually wanted to make that back, he had to hold it the whole time, and he made complete use of that. Went for the unarmed D-Light to completely stuff his recovery and take him down off the side of the stage, taking the Gimp and taking the stock lead less than 30 seconds into the game.
I feel like I want to put Truck Stop Burrito in the new wave of players. He's definitely been grinding community tournaments, and there's been probably a few Galaxy Cups or PXLs or, oh my, Luna, let me speak.
Luna.
There's probably been like a few TFCs or PXLs that he's made a pretty good top 8 in. This man is grinding communities. I would put him in a similar, I would probably put him with a new wave of players. But still, Luna has been in that exact same spot where Truck Stop Burrito is now. He would just grind out communities like it was part of his job. He would just spend months, weeks of his time entering every community he can. And that is probably what I owe a lot of his success to, is that he kept on going.
Yeah, he just kept going, and honestly, if he keeps doing that, I can definitely see him going crazy. Like, I remember Luna's beginnings. He was doing the same exact thing where he enter every community tourney and go absolutely crazy. And now he's over here as, like, essentially one of the best players in the world right now. But now, Luna, I feel like Luna's just playing with the man right now. He's 2 stocks orange, while Truck Stop is literally 1 signature away from dying.
Oh, yeah, we do be seeing some pretty flashy combos come out from Luna, and a D-Light recovery is going to seal game 1. Truck Stop Burrito had some pretty shining moments, but still, I think we need to be seeing something a little bit more. I think we need to be seeing
The Macho Man.
the Macho Man.
Made the switch
Also,
over.
Double dare to clash out the recovery. Good God.
Wow. Honestly though, Luna just went absolutely crazy that game, and that's what Luna has been known for. He's incredibly flashy with his gameplay and just goes incredibly aggressive and incredibly, like, he will take stocks so quickly. No! Why
my God.
end light? He did a GCN light. Alright, either way, that was an incredible first stock coming out from Luna, taking that stock as quickly as possible. It hasn't even been 30 seconds at this point.
Oh, he's not stopping.
Oh,
he wants
no.
more. He always wants more. He just keeps on going. What did I say earlier, Space? The man just keeps on going. Nothing is enough for him.
Dog. Dog.
At least Truck Stop catches the spot dodge.
Nope.
At least he
Nope.
can-
No, he
my-
doesn't.
Oh,
No, he
my
doesn't.
goodness gracious. He doesn't stop.
He just doesn't.
He doesn't stop.
That was a cool GCG light nair off the top of the stage, but Luna is still alive. He's still on 3 stocks. He has truck stop on his last, but
oh no.
What?
No.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
right.
I was about to say.
Wait.
Why did he go off to the other side of the stage? I don't know, but it seems that was a stock that he was able to waste, and it wouldn't have mattered too much. Oh, okay. Hold on.
So I'm trying to get a reversal. Ooh.
There's one thing Truck Stop is known for is Lance ground pound. So yeah, I'm gonna act like I didn't just see him get hit by 3 Lance stairs in a row, but nice end light trying to go for the reverse dare there, but I think Truck Stop's doing a good job the second stock. Like, considering how he was slightly damaged when Luna was just starting his second stock, he's actually been doing really well for this stock, but he has to do even better. He gets him down to the last stock. The ground pound, like I mentioned before, he's known for that ground pound. You bring Luna down to that last stock, and now there is a good possibility it is winnable for Truck Stop if he goes absolutely crazy with the Lance.
We haven't seen some very good adjustment from Truck Stop, although they lose game 2 and they're put on bracket game right here. We haven't seen some pretty good adjustment. Truck Stop was saying like, okay, this game is slipping out of my hands. Let me try for some more bold plays. You know, maybe that's what I need. Maybe what I need to do is to try and take Luna stocks early. Starts going off stage more. Luna punishes him for that, gets some early stocks, saying, okay, I can't go off stage against Luna. Luna's just gonna capitalize on that. I can't keep doing that. And we play a bit more grounded, and then gets the better of some grounded engagement, and also starts getting a few more reads. And that slows down the game. And I knew that, like, there were a small part of us that, like, really, really wanted to see the reverse 3-stock. Could you imagine what Twitter would have looked like if Truck Stop Burrito reverse 3-stocked Luna? I kind of want to see that timeline, but we are in this timeline where Truck Stop is still keeping somewhat of an even game against Luna and maybe even grabbing a lead. We could be seeing that ground pound come out, just like you said earlier. He has grown a bit of a reputation for that, proving in the last game. We saw he was able to take a stock with that. Switching over to, no, actually, weapon starving and doubling down on Lance. We're seeing too much axe this set. Tries to hit for the recovery, but ends up being the dare that lets Truck Stop get the first stock in a minute in. And although we don't have Lance double down anymore, we have to pick up axe next. That still does allow the weapon starve, but has to start their second stock on axe. Luna, you can never stay too far ahead of him, man.
Yeah, Luna, that was an incredible job coming out from Luna, going for that D-like ground pound off the side of the stage, but Truck Stop did have the slight bit of a lead there, and now with this axe in hand, he might be able to either keep this even or...
Oh my god.
No, okay, I was about to say. Anyways.
This whole set, man, I can't.
No, not the D-Sig. Oh, he got
Chase
the dash.
surge.
He got the chase.
Another clash. Don't clash.
Done.
This whole
Luna has
set.
just been going crazy, getting these gimps with the guitars off the side of the stage. And now he has the blasters in hand. Catching him with a double nair, the weapon throw up, trying to go for the recovery, but no, he throws the weapon away. He has the guitars in hand now, and Truck Stop goes for the ground pound. Luna can't make it over to the other side of the stage, and now we are down to our last stocks. The set is 2-0 in the favor of Luna, and now this is looking a lot better than previous games for Truck Stop to make this back. Will he do it though? I'm not entirely sure. The D-Light recovery, that will be it. He is balling on Truck Stop, and that's a 3-0 victory. He'll be going into the top 8 side of things.
Okay, you go to a roller coaster, and what do they say at the beginning? Is like, please keep all arms and legs inside small Brawlhaven at all times, right? They say that so stuff like this doesn't happen. They say that so players don't like win games only doing 200 damage because half of the encounters happen off stage. That whole thing was kind of heart-wrenching to watch. Guys, that whole set, don't do that to me again, okay?
Okay.
So many potential clashes. We could have been seeing that little star, black, little particle effect so many times. I was expecting it. Don't do that to me. My itty bitty heart.
All right, but that was an incredible job coming out from Luna, taking that 3-0 victory onto Truck Stop Burrito. And I was just talking about how he's just been going crazy with Katars, but he actually did more damage on Blasters. Let's go, Luna. Blaster gang, Blasters on top, on God. But he managed to get those KOs onto Truck Stop Burrito, and he's going to be going on to the winner's top 8. Gonna be great to see. But now we're going into our next set, which is going to be our last set of the winners quarterfinals, which is going to be Pierre versus everyone's favorite player, Sandstorm. Pierre versus Sandstorm. Oh my lord, I just saw that lifetime score. Oh god.
This is something that I know that like every single time Sandstorm comes up, it's like, let's compare the stats. Yes, 417,000 to 15. Ah, yes. Like, I know this comes out every single time Sandstorm's on screen, but like, come on. What do you say to this?
Yeah.
Okay. He is the most player of all time.
Now, I will say there is an opportunity here for a 1-6. Do you believe possibly that Pierre could get could make that a 1-6 today? Who knows? Possibly.
Pierre to bring it out. Who knows? I mean, that's part of the reason that we watch competitive Brawlhalla, right? Anything can happen.
Yeah, and honestly, it would be pretty interesting to see Pierre get that victory over Sandstorm. Sandstorm has been a tried and true, considered one of the best players in the region, best players of all time. He's just been going crazy all throughout the years. He was a 3-time world championship. We just saw him at DreamHack San Diego, where every region was there. But even then, Sandstorm was going second, where he only lost to Impala. And Sandstorm, of course, everyone knows this. He's not someone to sleep on, but at the same time, you can't sleep on Pierre either.
There's Pierre. I said this earlier. Pierre's guitar gameplay, I say this and there's a chance that he might not lock in guitars. Pierre is probably one of the most versatile players at this level. Once you get to like the top 20, top 25 players, out of all the people there, he is one of the most versatile. I feel like he just kind of throws a dart at the wall. I feel like he's one of those guys, because we do have Sidra coming out. But if you remember, I'm pretty sure it was during autumns of 22, he had some of the, Pierre had some of the most innovative guitar gameplay I have seen in a long time. I mean, he was hitting gravity cancel sidelights that should not have hit, and yet he was throwing them out like they were the safest move in the game. He has some innovative stuff, and we might be seeing that come out to play with a cannon. Who knows? He's probably been labbing cannon for a while, but Sandstorm with a very interesting pick. I know the Blasters carry over from Nyx. We played that a little bit a few years ago, but like, bow?
A bow? Question mark? What? This is a pretty interesting pick to coming out from Sandstorm, but again, it's Sandstorm, and also Diana has that, so maybe that's the reason. You know, D-Light Ensig coming out from Diana, that's a Diana player's favorite move to hit, and he's keeping it going. How fast has this game been? We've been 40 seconds in. He's already hold stock in the deficit, but now Pierre on the side stage with this cannon in hand, trying to do as much damage as he can onto Sandstorm. Goes for the ground pound, still with this cannon in hand, trying to approach Sandstorm any sort of way possible. Good jump directly over that recovery, and the D-Light Nair will confirm it. This cannon has been going pretty well and been proven to go pretty well against Sandstorm here against his Diana. So let's see what he can do on the other side. Sandstorm now has this bow in hand, has a relatively fresh stock, and he gets another D-Light Ensig to take off Pierre's second stock. I'm just gonna say this. I'm a Diana main myself. And like, I love every time I catch a player's dodge with bow and I just go for D-Light Ensig and it kills on yellow. And it's great. It's a fantastic move. And honestly, Sandstorm already hit it twice here against Pierre. Do we want to start another counter? That was a nice dodge to dodge away from that Ensig. But Pierre is just not letting him get back to the stage. The D-Light Nair off the side of the stage, but he's still not dead yet, but he is super damaged. The N-Light almost confirming it, but not exactly there yet. The Nair will do it, and Pierre's doing a really good job with the cannon this game.
Yeah, Pierre's cannon, the way that he's playing it makes sense. Like this is definitely canon. The real interesting part about his gameplay right here is how he's outspacing both blasters and bow. That is something, if you watch some of the ways that like Sandstorm whiffs attacks, some of the ways that Sandstorm has to throw out an attack to prevent Pierre's approach, and yet sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. It's just the way that Pierre is outspacing blasters, and although Pierre loses the first game, I gotta say, I don't know who, although Sandstorm wins the first game, I don't know who wins the drift game. I feel like the bright colors and like the little details we got on Pierre's is kind of cool, on a Pierre setup is kind of cool, but also, it's not a lot of people use that Diana skin. It's just cool to see. My eyes are drawn to the bright colors of Pierre. I'm always gonna have a bias for bright colors. But still, we don't see a lot of people use that Diana skin. It's just always kind of cool to see a bit of an underused skin kind of come out to play a bit. That's always nice. Thanks for the reps, Storm.
I will talk about drip, but to be honest, my takes in drip are absolutely terrible, so I'm gonna let chat decide on whether that's good drip or not. Say it in chat. But with that being said, Pierre goes down to the D-Sig, almost getting the knockout onto Sandstorm, and the ground pound will do it. Pierre with an incredible lead for the first stock in the game, get that sword ground pound, and now has to try and snowball as much damage as he can onto Sandstorm. Sandstorm with his bow in hand gets the dodge read, goes for the Ensig. He even dodged through that.
But he just so many dodges.
For mid, nice D-Sig.
Diana bow D-Light into Ensig is just like Scythe side light into like chase dodge N-Light, where it catches literally every single dodge. No, go into the game, go into the training room and try it. They catch so many dodges.
Yeah, if you have no dodge, you're dead. If you dodge in any sort of way, there's a good chance that you might be dead. You know, Diana actually might be broken. Yeah, maybe a little bit. But that doesn't seem to stop Pierre. Pierre doesn't care if it's broken or not. He gets the D-Sig, keeps the stocks in his favor. He still has his first stock. Sandstorm's already down to his last.
Pierre don't care.
Pierre don't care.
Pierre, just completely outspacing blasters so well. It's not quite able to run away from the recovery. Recovery's got a decent amount of drift, and you can sometimes it can be kind of hard to run away from, but still is in a pretty delicious lead right now in game 2. Pierre's been getting a little trigger happy with these signatures, and I think that's kind of how Sandstorm is able to even up the game, get some more of these punishes, and also saying like, oh, you might use a signature in this place, I can just expect the punish. So I feel like if Pierre sticks to the light attacks, we could be seeing a 1-1 here. We're seeing the cannon come out. Both cannon and sword can have some pretty decent KO options just kind of lined up off the bat. So I don't really see any harm in switching weapons as needed. Tries to get a recovery to cover the space. Ends up being a second recovery to seal the game. Look at this damage difference.
A 2-stock victory coming out for Pierre in game 2 of the set. Wow, this Sidra has just been going crazy. And now I can't tell if Sandstorm by any chance switched his character. No, he didn't actually. He's still on this Diana. He still wants to see if it goes crazy, but Pierre just been going absolutely crazy that game. And as you can see, he did 433 sword damage that game.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
touching back down onto small Brawlhaven. Pierre nabs sword. Sandstorm is able to kind of push him off to the side to grab bow. We do have some small combos happening out. That's gonna let Sandstorm grab a pretty nice early lead. Pierre still being pretty trigger happy with these signatures. I have a feeling we're gonna be seeing that D-Sig a lot this game. I mean, hey. We saw that level on the Sidra, right? Man's probably been labbing Cannon for quite a few hours in a training room, and also probably just sparring his friends a bit here and there.
Oh,
Picks up with the recovery. Sandstorm is going to just keep tossing Pierre's first stock off to the side, and just tosses a side sig out like it's nothing. Pierre now has one hell of a mountain to climb, and I think we're going to have to see a lot of that work being done on Swad. No, actually, Sandstorm just completely steals blasters out right from under him. We might be seeing another weapon starve, not quite. Pierre just trying to gain his footing, and I think Sandstorm kind of noticed, like, okay, you've learned to outspace all the situations I try to throw you into, because that's one of the things that Sandstorm is best, forcing situations on you that he always knows the correct answer to. That would have been an insane situation to see on stream, though. Could you imagine if that ends up hit?
Oh my lord, Sandstorm.
That's just as cool. That
that
works, actually.
Who does
Never mind.
Who other than Sandstorm at that point? Who other than Sandstorm would just randomly walk off the side of the stage, go for unarmed stare, and get the KO off the side of the stage? Nice D-Light recovery, though, coming out from Pierre, finally taking off that first stock off of Sandstorm. But Sandstorm, his Diana has just been proving to be absolutely crazy. He tries to go for the dare. These blasters on hand are just trying to find any sort of hit as they can against Pierre, but he's clearly not letting him get his last stock as freely as possible. He wants this game, and he wants it bad. Alright, but Pierre with this sword in hand still dealing a good amount of damage. Going for the D-Sig, just barely going off the side of the stage. If that managed to land on Sandstorm, that probably would have been the KO, and the stock's relatively even. But this is what he's been trying to avoid. Sandstorm is trying to land about a bunch of damage. If he... No!
Oh my god, no way.
No! Okay.
I hope you're happy, Space.
Yeah,
we just saw blasters.
Yeah, that was.
We just saw a blasters moment.
I really can't explain anything other than that's blasters.
We just saw a blasters moment live on, like, essentially the Brawlhalla equivalent of public television. I hope you're happy, man.
Everyone knows now. No. I've been trying to gatekeep this away from everybody.
Yeah, also, that little play right there.
That was crazy.
Just dashing off the stage for a unarmed sidelight. Part of the reason that, part of what makes it so weird is that you could have slide charged a breakdance, a down heavy, which is also a pretty safe option. You could have gone out there for a gravity cancel D-Light, which would have led to either a Sair or a ground pound mid-air. No, it was just the raw the sidelight that it's such a unique option. Who other than Storm?
Yeah.
I mean, of course. If you do see on your screen, Pierre has that Sidra, but however, if we switch to in-game view, we will be noticing we have a bit of a change of pace. Still sticking with the pirate theme, from Sidra to Thatch, Pierre is bringing out the blasters.
I'm seeing a blaster versus blaster match in winners quarterfinals. I am living a dream right now.
Life could be a dream.
Life could be. Okay. Anyways, the Sandstorm manages to land the Nair, going for a GC sidelight. Now, I wonder how Pierre's blasters are going to prove up against Sandstorm, considering it's going to be a ditto match, actually. But, oh my lord.
God.
Okay. What?
Wow,
oh
my
wow,
God.
Wow. Wow.
I know at least some of that was
wow.
like a bit of, oh yeah, Thatch has low defense, Thatch is a glass cannon, but like still...
No, forget glass cannon, that would have killed anybody.
Yeah. No, Sandstorm is doing so much. There is... I mean, a lot of what he's doing is just so extra. He doesn't have to do all this. I think he's just putting on a show. This man is just so... he's just so extra.
Side
a minute.
sig.
We are a minute in.
Oh, dude.
Storm.
Storm. Incredible job coming out from Sandstorm. Now with the blasters on hand, trying to go for the Nair Sair, trying to retaliate with the side stick. He decides to fastball off the bottom of the stage just to avoid whatever Pierre was going to throw out there. And he just keeps going, keeps his damage going. The side air finally comes out from Pierre, getting that KO on Sandstorm. Well, Pierre is on one stock orange, approaching red now.
And Thatch Orange against Diana is basically red, and red is basically crimson. Pierre needs to play a perfect game of Brawlhalla just to stay alive in the bracket, just to bring it to a 2-0, just to maybe stand up to that 0-6 kind of history and say, like, you know what, I think I deserve a little bit better, but I think... yeah, that's gonna have to wait. We do have a bit of a core thumbs up. I love the character development in this game.
Yeah.
There was core thumbs down, but now we got core thumbs up.
Let's go.
Now we got core thumbs up. I love the character development. Man, who says Brawlhalla doesn't have story?
Yeah, that was incredible job coming out from Sandstorm, and now I'm excited. I'm very excited to see how Sandstorm does with this Diana. If he does play it in a major, I am sorry. I don't care who else is in the match. I am cheering on Sandstorm. That was amazing.
How many channel points are you putting on Sandstorm Diana? Like Sandstorm winners finals against like I don't know, someone like Java or Stingray or Experience or Boomy. Like someone on that level.
Sandstorm Diana versus Boomy Diana? That would be a fun match.
Ooh, that would be so fun. You know that, like, I think neither of them would be taking that seriously. I think they would both just be messing around trying to find the dumbest strat to work on each other. I would kind of want that, actually. Guys, can you please do that?
Yeah, Boomy, are you watching the stream? Can we have that
Who writes the tournaments? Who writes the majors? I gotta.
If y'all have a money match, if someone else sponsors, would y'all do that? All right. Anyways, that is going to be the 3-1 victory of Sandstorm over Pierre. And that means the winners quarterfinals are over, and all the winners side up until top 8 is finished. Now for our 2 matches in winners top 8, it's going to be Impala versus Raydish. Interesting match. And also Luna versus Sandstorm.
Ooh, the rivalry continues.
The rivalry continues, but while that is all happening, if we go down to the losers bracket here, I'm looking at losers bracket down here, and some of the players that are still in. I see Simba is currently fighting Wubs in losers round 3 at 13th place. Meg D just won 3-0 over Lampy at 13th place, so Lampy's out at 13. AO Blue is at losers round 3 waiting for Fame Time, not a lotta.
That would be kind of cool.
And then my favorite player, because reasons, Balloon Boy with the 2-0 victory on Fussy, and he's going to be waiting for the winner of Ryzen versus Plant, also known as Lil Flower, for his match at 13th. If y'all want to take a look at the bracket, do ! bracket in chat, and you guys will be able to see it. And yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting couple of matches to watch. But now we're heading into our winners top 8 side of things, where we're going to be starting off with Impala versus Radish. These two have only fought once, apparently, in tournament, and that has gone in the favor of Radish. Even though Impala here is the one who's, I'm pretty sure, higher. He's PR1 now, isn't he, Impala?
It's kind of hard to believe, but I mean, I'm pretty sure so. We can look it up. I mean, he's definitely top. Yeah, no, PR1. And somebody tells me he is going to stay in top 3 for a while.
This is going to be PR1 versus PR4 in NA. And so far, these two have fought one. Oh, wait, no, it was a while ago. It was an Autumn Championships last year before BCX that these two fought. So actually, these two haven't fought yet. After Impala's BCX win?
Or at least in like, all right, we got to come up with a cool name, because we have Prime Storm for when Sandstorm was in his prime. We got to come up with a cool name for
Prime Pala. I don't know.
Prime, because there's already P in his name, but Imprimla does not work at all. It does not work. No. Prime Pala.
I have no idea. Either way,
Impala Prime?
Impala. Impala.
Impala.
I don't know.
I kind of like that.
I'm sorry for everyone that just watched that happen. But either way, ever since Impala's BCX victory, he has not fought Raydish yet in tournament. That one victory was from right before when Impala actually placed 7th and Raydish placed 5th. So
and also those tournaments have both very, very important impacts on their careers, because that was when Radish was just off of winning Summers in ones. That was his very first major win, and since then has been cruising off that high. And also Impala, I'm pretty sure during Autumns, that was players' last chance to get a good PR boost before they went into BCX. And Impala getting 7th definitely served him quite nicely to get into top 8 in BCX, and then of course take it all home from there. And so both of these guys, I mean, yeah, it's kind of actually, it's kind of cool that the only time that they fought was in Autumns, and both, that was a very, very important tournament for the both of them. And that was, I gotta say, probably towards the end of or during the last few days or weeks during Impala's training arc, because I mean, he got 7th during that, and I feel like that outplaces quite a few of his placements throughout the previous, or yeah, throughout the year prior, throughout 2022. That might be one of his better major placements in a seasonal. We do have him joining in the lobby comp. We've been trying to come up with like a funny, cool thing for Impala. I just called the lobby the Pal. I don't know. I cut myself off, but I was about to mix the word Impala and lobby. We've been so fixated on his name to try and like. We've been so fixated on his name to try and cut.
all right.
It's warm in here.
It happens. Brain sometimes doesn't fully function. It happens.
Yeah.
But
don't rain.
Now we have both of these players in the lobby. We're going to be finally starting off our top 8. The double level 100 showdown. The Petra versus the Kaya. Both of these players have been going absolutely crazy with their respective characters, and I don't know. Impala is predicted to win this. He's actually predicted to win the whole tournament. But Radish is a very, very big obstacle in his way. So, you never know.
The map banning has finished, and we do have our first game touching down on Miami Dome. Impala started with a pretty aggressive starting, and Radish realizing, you know what, I'm gonna try that too. I'm gonna follow up on that. Neither really gets the first hit until either one of them hits the weapon. Radish is able to get a decent nair with the gauntlets.
No!
Impala's able to respond,
no!
tossing Radish off stage,
no!
and gets a 20-second stock.
Triple.
God, it's the bow. Impala's bow might be is probably like the best in the game at this moment.
That was just hilarious, because I saw not 1, not 2, but 3 ground pounds off the side of the stage that Impala lands on Radish. Radish thought he could come back up. Nope, gets hit by a ground pound. And he just keeps going. He knows how much of a menace Radish can be, and because of that, he just stopped playing around. He isn't even letting Radish warm up whatsoever. The D-Sig, the game just hit 1 minute. The game just hit 1 minute.
I have no words. I think it's also so Impala knowing that that might be stock. I know Kai's got some good defense, but there's only so long it can last against a Radish edge guard. But still, yeah, I think it's also Impala knowing how much of a threat Radish is, and is looking to just kind of end this as soon as possible, saying like, okay, yeah, just like you said, I don't want to give you time to warm up. I don't want to give you any room. I know you're a threat. I'm gonna end this. I'm sorry. I have to just stop this. I can't make this any easier for you.
Oh, no.
No! Minute and a half in. Radish, I mean, wastes no time for the map banning. We are having, I'm going to change the maps. Is definitely going to be very...
Where did that 1 spear damage come from?
That had to be a weapon throw.
Huh?
Spear damage. A weapon throw is the only thing that does 1 damage. I heard you. I heard you.
All right.
Map change is going to serve Raydish very nicely here, as we already have him looking just a little bit better than the last game. That first stock was not looking too bad. There was just a moment in Impala's brain where it clicked like, oh, you're off stage. Okay. And then the whole game just kind of happened from there. But still, Raydish is actually holding it quite nicely in game 2. Map change a lot of moves. Serving this Petra.
Yeah, that was insane first game coming out from Impala, but you can tell that Radish is starting to turn it up. He's getting a little more warmed up now, and the side sig manages to land off the side of the stage, trying to go for the dare off the side of the stage to cover the wall, but Impala manages to make it back on time, manages to land the side air onto Radish, but he's just been moving around. He gets hit by Radish's orb and light, and he's just trying his absolute best. Nice Sair coming out from Raydish, and now with this lead, he's already done more damage than he did the entire game last game. I don't want to talk about that though. So we move on. We move on from that horrific first game.
By now, during the last game, the game has already finished, but during this game, it's no one has even lost their first stock yet. Radish's development and his adjustment is looking so nice, because all he needs is just a little bit, like 1 or 2 more hits to try and remove this first stock and keep the game even. And also, I don't think it's entirely the map. It's got to be something about the mental. Raydish is definitely playing different than he was last game. Were you trying to do Rayman when you did that? Yeah.
Maybe, but I just said yeah because he took his.
Oh. Why doesn't Raydish main Rayman? What's up with that, huh?
Because orb.
Play acts like it's orb. Side light Sair. I don't know. No. Yeah, nah.
No. Alright, either way, Impala is just clearly okay, no, never mind. Impala with the dare off the side of the stage manages to get that down air KO on to Raydish. And now Raydish is down to his last stock in game 2 of the set. He throws a spear down. Now Impala with the spear in hand. We saw last game he did 1 damage with spear. Okay? So now he knows that he's
already broken the record.
He's already broken the record with that down air by itself. Would have already broken that record. But that weapon throw and the egg drop.
Oh my god, an egg drop too.
He's dead.
Player 2 wins.
Nope.
Oh no, Teska. Radish is stubborn about the Petra. I mean also, okay. Also, to be fair, the first half of the game was looking really good for Radish. I don't know what started to slip in the second half of the game. Just look at some. This is an egg drop right here, right? We got an egg drop. Yeah, we got an egg drop.
Yep.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Small Brawlhalla is where Radish chooses to have the game that he hopes will not be his last. Still starting off the game pretty nicely. I don't know what it is. I don't know if Radish I don't know if Impala just figures Radish out and says like, okay, you're doing this, time to win. Or if Radish just kind of lets something slip and something about his stamina is not quite suited to play against Impala. I mean, okay, who here can admit playing against Bo and trying to outspace that can be pretty tiring, can be very, very mentally draining. And so maybe that is what Impala is, one of the things that he's using to his advantage, because Bo, I mean, throughout the sets we've seen him and has been doing some pretty good heavy lifting and has been elevating him to a pretty good spot to just be 2 stocks away from winners and finals. The guaranteed podium finish, just like what, 45 seconds in?
Mm-hmm. And
oh, he's not playing. He is already eyeing down Grants. He is not here to play.
Already, he's just been going absolutely crazy. He already saw the vision straight from the beginning, and he keeps getting these pogo dares. But Radish manages to get that recovery, come back onto the top of the stage, but the D-Sig comes out, and this is looking like how game 1 was looking.
That's bracket stock.
That's bracket stock coming out from Radish there. The ball bonks him straight on the top of the head, but Radish manages to get that N-Sig KO. to at least get one stock off off game 3 of the set. Impala now with the spear in hand, trying to move any sort of way, goes for the grounded Sair. And that was a good movement going down right below the D-Sig there. But now Raydish with the orb in hand. People have known Raydish as an orb main, but no, he decides to throw it away and pick up the gauntlets. Goes for the
oh my god, the clash!
He makes. He does make it. Okay.
Radish is so good. I know that's like one thing that casters always talk about. Y'all, we're sorry. I know we keep bringing it up. Radish is so good with these signatures. It impresses me every single time.
Yeah.
See, look at that. He always knows when to use them. Even if they don't hit, they do an excellent job of zoning and making sure. No, don't touch that. I'm in control of that space. Look at this.
The side sig does it, and he brings him down to last stock. Now he's done this before in tournament against who did he fight earlier? He fought against Tiffany. He had a deficit like this before where he still managed to win. But Impala's a completely different opponent. And Raydish gets the victory. Or Impala gets the victory 3-0 over Raydish. And he will be moving on to our winners finals.
Not to discredit him, Raydish has already made it into top 8 and is just a few games away from what, top 4? Like I think he's in lower quarters waiting for his opponent to make it into lower semis, I'm pretty sure. But the set that we going on right now, this is a treat. Y'all, we finished first course, we finished main course, we got dessert now. We have something that I feel like this set is going to be a tale as old as time, and we kind of have new age we got like a new age representative versus the most player in Brawlhalla. Nickname. Both these guys have definitely earned a king title, and they're both constantly trying to steal it from each other. We have space if you may do the honors.
Yeah, we got Luna, we got Sandstorm.
Oh, that sends shivers.
We got Luna versus Sandstorm. Oh my lord, the lifetime score is 2-2.
This is a best of 5 within a best of 5
set. The best of 5 set of a set.
Ooh.
Wow. All right, this is going to decide who's going to be going on to our winners finals to fight off against Impala. And like you said before, both of these people were considered GOATs at their specific time periods, and now finally we're here to possibly decide who's going to be taking this victory here.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna double check if Sandstorm made it to the Royale. Did he? Will we be seeing him next weekend? Did he make it?
I don't think he got 4th. He didn't.
Oh,
yeah.
So the next time that we have a chance to see either of these players play against each other will have to probably be in Dallas in June. I'm sorry if I was far away from my mic.
We were talking about GOAT versus GOAT, and it's going to be a Blaster Ditto match. This is literally my dream.
By the way, Space, happy birthday. I paid the writers to do this.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The script writers are doing me justice here. Everyone in every Blaster main known to man is now very happy seeing this matchup right here.
Starting off with a very, very nice lead. Guitars will be able to put you in a pretty good spot for that. Punishes the ground pound with a GC D-Sig. Something that you don't actually see connect that much at this level. Luna taking very good use of his options. Trying to find the KO on Blaster. Sandstorm switches over to Bo to try and realize I gotta get a bit more damage. Bo's been working out pretty good for me, but I have to wait till my second stock to grab Blasters to try and build a little bit more damage. Luna, timing the weapon starve very closely. A little bit of a risky game here, going all the way up to the screen and is potentially on the verge of an overlap. Do we see orange? We do.
We do, and as we start off with the first minute of the game. He
Oh my
hits the
God.
D-Light into the weapon throw, and he goes for a D-Light dare. He is going crazy. Both of these players, they're known for having incredibly flashy playstyles, but as of right now, it seems Luna has been the one winning it all so far. The side sig, and he brings this to 3 stocks to 1. Luna versus Sandstorm game 1, and Luna has a very, very strong lead.
But that is a minute and a half in. Sandstorm is doing whatever he can to try and slow down the game, stop the beating, you know, put a band-aid on the cut, and still bring it just close to an even game. Luna's able to peek over the edge with a Sarah, just barely over space, and that picks up blasters yet again. Had him double down, takes Storm by surprise, and continues the barrage of attacks. GZ and Sega is not going to be able to send off the top, but still, Sandstorm is having a very time even catching these dodges. Dare going to let Luna have a very nice reversal. Weapon throw does not connect. That gives Sandstorm just a small break in the chaos. Not quite yet. It's a 2. It's full potential. Never mind. Sends Luna right back. Get back there. Come on. You know I had you on the ropes. I'm going to send you right back to the wall. What was that?
Okay.
Luna.
Okay.
Come on, man. All right, yeah, no,
What
that was
is
kind of deserved.
happening?
Luna, I know you're feeling it. I know you're schmoving, but like that was a little deserved. Even the time, Luna, my guy, I'm sorry.
Oh my God, Luna trying to go for absolute style points there.
There we go.
Getting the recovery, a 2 stock, almost 3 stock on Sandstorm. I was seeing that health and I was like, there is no way I'm seeing Sandstorm get 3 stocks here. He just keeps on going. No matter what happens, he just goes straight into their next game. Same picks. I'm trying to see if it's the same map, and we're just going straight to game 2. Luna's up 1-0 on Sandstorm right now. And let's see what Sandstorm can do to try and adapt to fight against Luna. Because Luna, I bet he's feeling great right now.
Oh, no doubt. I almost just 3-stock Sandstorm. Like, yeah. He's feeling that in his veins. Oh my God,
Lord.
clean stock almost. Not quite a perfectly clean stock, but it is still close to it.
Okay, come on. Nice side air coming up to the side of the stage, but Sandstorm retaliates with the dare, forcing him off to the side of the stage, and now he's going for the edge guard, but he decides not to push along with it, and the recovery coming out from Luna, getting that KO onto Sandstorm. Yeah, 40 seconds. I feel like there's just been a recurring theme this entire tournament of like incredibly fast KOs. Wow.
Sandstorm is actually bringing Luna on the brink of a KO, and we could be seeing that very soon. Sandstorm is actually starting to space his way around Luna quite nicely, although the recovery does not quite send. Still has him in a pretty difficult spot. Sidelight just to push him out a little bit farther. We do see some exclamation marks coming out. The options are waning, and Sandstorm capitalizes to get the stock. Still a little bit of damage done on that Diana, but nothing that a few nails and Sayers won't be able to fix and even out.
Yeah, and honestly, Sandstorm, like you mentioned, has brought this back pretty well, and now he's been doing a good job trying to slow this down, catching him with the N-Light, trying to go for another N-Light. These blasters on hand have been doing pretty well. He manages to pick them up in time before he got hit by that N-Light, but we're still trying to figure out whether he will be able to keep this more in his lead. The downer off the side of the stage, and he does make it back onto the side of the stage, but now Sandstorm is the one that has a lead, and he goes for the grounded recovery, but he doesn't manage to completely go through. I just saw a recovery after recovery after recovery, and then a Sarah finally came out, and then another recovery to get the KO. Sandstorm is up 2 stocks to 1, but this could go quickly in the favor of Luna as he hits the haymaker side sig. He cannot get hit. Nice and light recovery, and Luna brings the stocks even 1-1.
Luna running out of options. You saw Sweatbeats coming out, decides to land with a nair. Like I said, very, very good use of his options. Always knowing what we can pull out of his sleeve. Sandstorm still just continuing to juggle, making it hard for Sandstorm to, hard for Luna to find landing space.
Ooh.
Like we said, that is just one of the things that Sandstorm does best. Forces you into certain positions and situations that he knows only he can succeed in, but Luna with just a monstrous juggle of unarmed to armed to unarmed to armed revokes game 2 from Storm. Okay, we're gonna see this back in the replay. What was this? End light. We're into.
Yeah,
okay,
that was second
this?
stock. Hold on. Just wait.
Yeah, no, please,
just wait.
please.
D-Light stare into the weapon.
Into the weapon throw,
has
catches the
dodge,
dodge.
and light recovery.
Wow. Sandstorm is a lot.
3, 2,
Almost a
1,
3-stock,
brawl.
ending the game after that. One of the flashiest combos we've seen all day. Probably the so far. He has a lot to answer back to.
He's just been going crazy, and it's what he does. Luna is up 2-0 on Sandstorm right now. If he wins this next game, the set is over, and he moves on to the winners finals to fight against Impala. But the start of the game, it seemed that Sandstorm was getting a good amount of damage to start off, but Luna, as I was saying, that beginning parts brought that back immediately. Oh my god, these Qatars are insane. This Lucian is just insane. I don't know.
D-Light and a dare, not a bad way to start this next stock. A minute in, Luna has still yet to lose his first. Sandstorm is having a bit of a difficult way to play around Luna off stage. You see some options starting to run out. That could be very bad for Sandstorm, but throws his weapon up to
good
cover
weapon
the...
throw. You had me so scared.
That saved his life. Oh, charges
good spacing. That was some good spacing coming out from Sandstorm. Just barely not getting hit by that side sig and going for the D sig instead. And now stocks are even 2 stocks to 2. But it could go in the favor of Sandstorm here. Alright, it could go. Nice dare. You saw that drop for a second, but it still managed to land back. Nice Ensig, still not getting the KO there. I think that was just due to Lucian's pretty low attack there. But now that Sandstorm is doing a really good job on bringing this back relatively even. Nice sider though to shun him off to the side of this other side of the stage. No, Luna, please. Luna. No. Okay, everyone's on red now. So now this could go anyway. Now this actually could go anyway if it weren't for Luna getting... What is up with Luna and GCG Light into pickup weapon combos?
I'm pretty sure there might be a name for that. I think it's called the cool combo.
I've seen him hit that at least 4 times now. Actually, not even 4. I've probably seen this man hit it like 7 times now in tournament. This guy is actually crazy on it. Nice side sig though coming out from Sandstorm, and he has a good possibility. Keep in mind, this is Sandstorm's bracket stock here. So if he loses this stock to Luna here, he goes down to the loser's bracket and Luna moves on to winners finals. But that depends on if Sandstorm decides to go absolutely crazy and deal more and more damage, or if Luna just keeps going, keeps on dealing damage, keeps on getting these insane plays and gets this win. Will he do it though? I'm not entirely sure. He could possibly do it. Sandstorm R is getting these stairs. Ooh! No!
What? Oh, not the recovery though! Doesn't have the options for the recovery!
The side air! Oh! Luna wins 3-0 over Sandstorm and decides to win, or not decides, wins the best of 5 set among sets. Goes on to winners finals to fight against Impala. Incredible job.
What does the funny man say? What does the funny man say? It was, I don't know. It was something like bigger hat win game. Big hat win game. Something like that. The funny man has said this. The funny man tried to warn us.
Big Hat wins
Do
games.
you hear him?
Big Hat wins games. And honestly, I am so surprised about how crazy this man is. That was genuinely such an interesting set, such a fun set to watch. And even though it was a fight among GOATs and each game was so insane, Luna coming out with a 3-0 victory. Incredible job coming out from Luna. Just wow.
And so when all is said and done, like I said, this has been one hell of a 4-course meal to enjoy with your space. We will be going on a little bit further in the bracket, but that is only after a short break, and you get a new set of casters to bring y'all on home and finish up Coral Clash, and also to help kick summer off. And I know, like I said, it's warm in this room and I'm sweating a bit, but these players are sweating for the crown. These players are rushing and they are booking it. Try and get to top 4. We already have 2 players already confirmed for that. We already, hold on, Start GG is being weird. We already have Impala and Luna waiting in winners finals, and we also have Meg D sneaking into top 8 on lower side and could be going up against Raydish depending on who joins him. We will be waiting for lowers to catch up, and also, like I said, for a brand new batch of faces to come bring y'all home and to enjoy the rest of this event. Thank y'all so much for stopping by. Space! If there's anything else that you want to, yeah?
There you go. All right.
Yeah, I did this.
All right. This was an absolutely incredible first block. That's going to be it coming out from the 2 of us. This has just been an amazing couple of events, but that is it for the winners bracket side of things. We've brought you into we've confirmed our 2 players in winners finals. So now our next block is going to be the losers bracket. With that being said, I'm taking a look at this bracket right now, and I'm seeing a couple of contenders. You already said Meg D is on the loser side, but I'm looking at this top 32 bracket. Truck Stop Burrito is currently fighting AO Blue, and the winner of that set will be going on to top 8 to fight against Meg D. On the other side, we got Wrench and Simba, who just came from a 3-2 victory against Wubs, and the winner of that is going to be going on to top 8. And then there are 3 players in these last places. Plant, also known as Lil Flower, is currently fighting Balloon Boy. The winner of that set is going to be fighting Tiffany. And the winner of that set is going to be going to losers top 8 to fight against the winner of Wrench and Simba. I just had a lot of words. If you guys want to take a look at a bracket to make it easier for you to understand, ! bracket in chat. But that is going to be it coming out from me and Graffiti today. Thank you guys all for being here. This was an incredible weekend for me specifically because I casted yesterday and today. And this has just been incredibly fun. Make sure to follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. I don't really know what else to say. Thank you guys all for being here. It's at Spaceatronics on both. Make sure to follow my man. I'm facing the wrong way. Follow my man Graffiti over here. Graffiti_64 on Twitter. I don't know what else he wants you to follow him on, but this has been an absolute pleasure. I wish you guys I wish all the players the best of luck, the remaining players the best of luck in this tournament, and I hope you guys all enjoyed the first block of this tournament. This has been amazing. Appreciate y'all for doing this. Peace.
See y'all.
And we are back with the top 8.
Yes, that set between Luna and Sandstorm was actually unexpected. No one expected that 3-0, dude. That was crazy.
Not even a little bit. I don't know if y'all expected me either. Welcome back. Caesar is back for games on Sunday, the 1v1s. I am so glad to see y'all again, and we will be locking in with
our Blue versus Meg D, right?
Yes. That is the first match of the top 8 that we will be watching.
That's actually going to be really, really exciting to see, because I've been hearing Meg D, not only has he been staying consistent, but AO Blue has been really doing a lot better. This is going to be his first stream set today, so let's see how he does with that. It's going to be interesting.
We get to see how AO Blue performs today. As we see, he has no gold medals, neither does Meg D, but we see Meg D in the lead with 1 silver medal and a little more top 32 placements. And this might be AO Blue's second top 8 now, but let's see if he could turn it around and get a little higher in the bracket.
Yeah,
against Meg D. Historically,
Meg D has been winning these sets against AO Blue, but I really think AO is going to take it today.
Okay. Well, let's see. If I see Meg D pull out the Val, he might not be playing no games. Might get straight to it and try to pack him up, because as we see, the lifetime score is already 0-2. Maybe AO Blue has a different game plan today to figure out how to approach Meg D, but we'll find out really soon.
Yes, sir. Very excited to see it. So, personally, who do you think is going to just pull out the nastiest Giro here? Because we can all agree it's going to basically come down to who can hold down neutral longest, and who can basically space out their opponent better.
Yeah, who really got that scythe? Who got that scythe down in business?
Taking half an hour is crazy. That's so funny. Yo, all right, let's go.
All right, we're about to get locked in. We see AO Blue locking in the Giro this.
He got no marbles, bro.
But we see a level 85 Giro. AO Blue is showing almost complete mastery of this character, so let's see how he really gets down with the scythe and the sword for real.
Me personally, I want this to go to game 5. I don't know about y'all, but I want this to be a nice long set. They both deserve it, especially after that little bit of break. They need that good gameplay. Yeah, Luna 3-0'd Sandstorm, El Polo. It was actually insane. That first game, he almost 3-stocked him. Literally just dummy quick.
Man, we see Luna is not trying to make his king title seem so easy to pass by. He said, if you're going to play me, you're going to have a hard time.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to see that from Big Luna.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Grand Finals goes. Do you think that Sandstorm's going to make that loser's climb and make it back?
I mean, I think that's in Sandstorm's blood. Championship DNA is in Sandstorm. So we'll be seeing Sandstorm in Losers Final. Then he'll be facing the winner of Loser Round 1 in Block F in the bracket. So once we have bracket catch up, we will see who Sandstorm will be facing in Losers Quarterfinals to see if he can make this run. Well, as we hop into game 1 of Meg D versus AO Blue on Demon Island, we see Meg D hopping on the Val. We're going to see AO Blue coming with those downers, coming with those N-lights on the side, trying to keep his space.
Yeah, solid spacing by both players right now. AO's really trying to get in that punish with the scythe. Obviously, he feels like he can't do that right now, so he's going to go for the sword duos. Ooh, nice D-light into Sair. Another D-light into down air.
And Meg D seemed to be trolling a little bit, losing options and falling down. Not sure if there was a misinput there or what.
Definitely a solid start by AO though.
And just taking barely any damage in the yellows. Meg D switches over to the gauntlets. Probably looking for 1 or 2 good reads, can tie this match right back up.
Oh yeah, 100%. He's going to be doing great.
As we see the weapon tosses and dash dancing coming from AO, trying to play his lead very patiently.
Yeah, no, see, what AO is doing right now is something that I feel like a lot of players struggle with, is as soon as he gets the lead, he's not going in, he's not trying to press it, he's not playing super super aggressive. He's literally, as you said, just trying to extend that lead. Ooh, but Meg D did not give a crap. He went ahead and stole that.
So I'm evening up these stocks right here with this shit. Watch this. Now you're gone. Oshijiro, with that low defense, that is very, very, very possible throughout this whole game for Meg D to make these comebacks, despite Ayo taking the lead. As we see the health reaching a slight even yellow here, so we see a pretty even game now. And Meg D controlling the stage with these end lights and recoveries.
I'm telling you, Ayo has a history of losing the set against Meg D. He's trying to make this the first W. He's trying to turn that 0-2 into 1-2.
As you can see, that side stick is just catching Ayo every single time as Meg D just lets it out very unexpectedly.
Ooh. Meg D really did just take that lead back crazy. I think Ayo is starting to get into his head now.
Dominantly took that lead, catching these nairs, catching these end lights and side lights.
Nice.
Great end sig for the confirm off the weapon throw with Scythe, looking for the finish. GC side light. He has no more options. Goodbye to Meg D.
Yes, sir.
As we see a last stock situation here, Meg D unarmed, not looking very unconfident right now, as he still has the lead and just needs to get one good hit off on Jiro to have Ayo get sent back and rethink his character selection for game 1 into game 2.
No, this is still very much winnable for Ayo. He just has to space him out and look for that solid punish.
And I know Meg D's probably looking for that one side chick that he's killed him now twice with. If he gets that off in that right spacing situation, it's game over for Ayo just now. You see Meg D slowly waiting, not even throwing out a move, waiting for Ayo to win. There's the answer. Catches him as he was waiting. Beautiful execution from Meg D, collecting that game 1. You know, sometimes as a commentator, Kyle, you kind of just know what people are looking for, you know? The slight pace and movement and patience from Meg D, I just kind of knew, like, a Sig is coming out, and he's waiting for him to make one good mistake and pack this up very quickly. Meg D is not about those games, not about those sellings. He's not trying to sell his game in game 1 against Ayo Blue, trying to make his way all the way to the grand finals.
Was actually crazy is that after the SD, he immediately turned that back around and just dominated the whole match. Like, that was actually insane. Ayo was really using those weapon throws though. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but he was really trying to look for that opening using that throw. Literally, you can see it in the stats here, 17 to 11 throws. Ayo was really leveraging that for neutral, and it was working out for him.
Absolutely. But you see, Meg D did not really let go of that sword, as he had over 470 damage with it. Never mind that small force for the Lions. Game 2, we see Ayo switching over to the Tesca piece. Let's see how battle boosts favor him this game.
We've been seeing a lot of really good performance with battle boots lately. Now, I know the nerfs to battle boots recently has taken away some of the kill potential, but we have still seen some really solid, consistent performance from these transitioned weapon mains.
Oh, for sure. Despite the damage and kill options for battle boots being nerfed, they are still a very good neutral tool and very fast for the legends that do have them, like Tesca, like Thea. We do have some very interesting combo strings like such that can take you down and take your options and take the stock, just like Tesca did there. Ayo Blue once again taking the first stock of the game, but this time it was intentional.
Yeah,
not SD from Meg D.
Yeah, what's really good about battle boots is that they have about the same neutral and weaknesses as Katars. So if you basically have ever had any experience with Katars, what Katars counters battle boots, and I think that's why Ayo went with this. People are less used to the neutral for this weapon, and he knows that this is going to be beating out Sword. He knows that this is going to be beating out Gauntlets, and he just wants to get that second game in.
Absolutely. Ayo definitely making use of those side lights and end lights on battle boots to dominate that space and take over the space that Meg D is trying to protect with his swords, end lights, and side lights. But good job from Meg D using that sider to collect his first stock, only taking a little bit of damage in an orange, as we still have Ayo in the lead, picking up those gauntlets, so we have the gauntlet mirror going on. A lot of whiffing, a lot of combos.
Ooh, solid read combo there by Meg D.
Meg D opting out for the sword.
Ayo's
Ayo
really
opting
looking
out
for
for
that
the
nair.
boots as well.
I think he realized he was starting to fish for that nair and is switching it back up to what was giving him advantage.
Absolutely. Meg D is not trying to let Ayo get a string started, trying to just keep him away with these end lights, these side airs. These fallen side airs have been Meg D's bread and butter as he lets go of that sig unexpectedly once again to take the stock lead as Ayo is on his last stock in game 2 here.
Yeah, Ayo is really getting caught out by Meg D's falling stairs. It's just a matter of him not being able to space it out fast enough. You can see that he's noticing it, he's picking up on it, but he's not quite able to space it out just yet.
As he's still looking for this last potential hit. As Meg D tries to get a surprising signal on there to spike him. Could not connect. Teska with the grab, 360, throw him off the map one time.
Very much still winnable by Ayo Blue. Chat, who do you think is going to take this game to? I think it's going to be going on to Ayo. I think he really does not want to let this go. He's going to stay with the battle boots until it's done.
I don't know, man. Meg D can do Meg D things, man. As we see, Ayo is not letting off this edge guard and pressure with these battle boots. And Meg D does not look very strong with these gauntlets right now. Using that side air for momentum to get around him, finding stage. But Ayo on the kicking assault.
Yeah, solid punishing coming in by Ayo. Really not trying to let Meg D keep that lead.
And Meg D sees that weapon spawn. Definitely going for that sword. Found it.
Yeah, Ayo's going to be looking for that closeout now. He's going to be trying to finish this right here.
You might see a sig come out any second now.
I think he's going to close it out with the dare like he has been the last 2 stops. Ooh, with the
Beautiful
weapon
throw
toss!
from Ayo. Hey, yo! That was hard, bro! Hey, yo!
Hey, yo!
You just went crazy!
That was insane.
Running
Look
it
at this
back,
last
running
play,
it
guys.
back.
Ooh, dare for the first stock. Second stock, we see the side sig, sorry. Freaking Freudian slip. And then for the last stock, the weapon toss! Ah!
As we are loading into game 3, we have both players sitting at 1 game apiece. Meg D switching over to the Asurides Vasos Tesco. So, see a little change in stats here for Meg D, but opting for the sword again, and some Katars, I guess, potentially to contest these battle boots when he switches. But Meg D seems to be strongly staying on the sword as it is his main weapon.
If you guys saw at the stats right before the game started here, Ayo cut his weapon throws literally in half. The game before that, he had 17 weapon throws. Last game, he only had 8, but he made every single weapon throw count that last game. That was the
For
difference.
sure.
I don't know.
Meg-
Qatar swords, you know, Asuri is a good pick, but into Teska, I don't know if that's going to be the best case because Qatars and battle boots go even, and battle boots do beat out sword. So I think this is really going to come down to which person just understands their character better, which person understands neutral and how to punish their opponent better. And as we've seen from last game, Ayo is really coming through with these battle boots. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a straight up Meg D win. This could go in either direction.
As we see, Ayo probably found a little bit of comfortability and grounding with the Tesco. And just after Ayo takes that game, Meg D, I guess, has some considerations about Val switching over to Asuri. So, you know, Meg D is clearly respecting his opponent right now, trying to figure out what he needs to do to stay on top of this. As Ayo grabs those battle boosts, trying to get some strings started. To get the kill right here as a ledge guard situation, dodges a weapon throw. You can't fool me twice, buddy. GC, side sig, spinning him out of here. Gets the knockout.
What's crazy about this set is that either way, once they're done with this, they're walking straight into playing against Raydish, and the winner of that set is going to be having to face Sandstorm after that insane Luna game. So, you know.
And I don't think Sandstorm is going to be sitting down quietly. He has something to prove. So
Exactly. That's going to be in loser semifinals in approximately 2 games here after this. So get ready for that one. That's going to be an insane set, guys.
that's also implying that Sandstorm will win his next game. So we will see who he faces and how he performs during that game. As Ayo trying to close out Meg D's second stock, missing that nair. It's a beautiful dodge from Meg D. Meg D just uses some empty hops to get a feel for his opponent with these guitars. Letting off that nair one time.
This is
Man,
an
guitars.
insanely even game.
Absolutely. Just strings flying off left and right from each opponent. Battle boots and guitars.
The
As you
first
said,
2
Kyle.
minutes. Literally, it's been 2 minutes so far, and they haven't even gotten to the last stock.
Great decision making here from Ayo, not taking the jump bait into that recovery, because that would have been his stock for sure.
Ooh, he could have gotten a punish right there on Meg D, but he got a little scared and backed off. Nice. Ooh!
Getting that recovery, a little short hop recovery action for Ayo, putting Meg D on his last stock, hopping over to the battle boost. Can he convert some damage before he is out of here? Ayo is now on borrowed time. As Meg D quickly grabs that guitar and throws it right at Ayo's face.
Ayo's really gonna try and get that damage lead right now. I don't know if Meg D's gonna let him, but Ayo's, you can already tell he's playing a lot more safe than when. Ooh! Oh, he could only get like.
Curse.
Yeah.
As we see a very, very tight situation here. Ayo unarmed. Both players last stock. Ayo opting out for the gauntlets as that was the only weapon he has, and he says, "No, I don't want those. I need
No, 'cause
those boots."
He knows that with the gauntlets, he can't beat Meg D. Meg D with the guitars is just gonna outshine him in neutral. He has to put on those boots if he wants a chance of taking this game.
One good string here on the Suri could definitely be a huge game changer here for Ayo. So if he just needs locks in right now, game 3 could be all his.
Oh yeah. Yeah, just like that.
Getting one good jump read with that Insig, and not enough because Suri is still coming in hot. Meg D is not afraid.
Oh yeah, Meg D's looking in for that dare approach.
He's definitely looking to see what exactly Ayo is trying to do as he just takes up space near him, opting out for the end light.
Ooh. Both players really just took a moment there to read each other. Oh, is this the game? Is this the game? Yeah!
GCD like ground pounds by.
Fucking
Ayo.
Blue takes a game 3.
Hey,
guys, we're moving on
yo.
to game 4 now. Do you think Meg D is going to clutch it up and send this over to game 5? Or do you think Ayo is going to close it out right here?
Right now. And Meg D is still opting to stay at Suri. So let's see how this goes.
No, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Asuri is a bread and butter character. You can't really go wrong with it. And especially with
guitars, very fundamental, for sure.
Exactly. It also shuts down one of his weapons. As you see, Ayo can't really go for those gauntlets because it's just going to lose up in the matchup between the other 2 weapons that Asuri has. Ayo can only really depend on the battle boots, which is going to go neutral with the guitars.
Well, let's see how this mutual exchange works out now, because it seems like Meg D has not been touched yet. Well, commentator's curse has been lifted. Meg D is now getting kicked off stage.
Chat was switched
Great
over
dodging.
into emote only mode because people couldn't watch their profanity.
I mean, hey man, smiles and keck W's for all.
No,
As
for
we
real.
continue into game 4. Ayo looking very, very strong since he switched over to the Tesca. Has not been playing no games with Meg D. Got Meg D to the red, on the edge of the situation, looking for this crab,
Yeah.
Batista bomb, down to the ground. Still, Meg D has enough health to recover. That
Yeah,
wasn't enough knockback there.
Ooh, if he would have landed that weapon toss there right after the Batista bomb, he would
Beautiful
have kept it.
I think also with that Sig on Tesca, it works like Orion Sig, where if it's not bounced off the ground, the knockback is not as great as it would have been.
It's actually
Nice.
just the Sig in general has been nerfed to the ground. There really isn't much kill potential with it unless you follow it up.
Well, that's good to know. Good dodge of that end light from Ayo. Trying to find his spacing, trying to get those nairs off and catch Meg D's empty hops. As he's noticed, Meg D has been doing a lot of empty hopping, trying to see what Ayo reacts to. As Ayo is trying to angle and intercept him every time.
You can really tell Meg D is thinking through his plays right now, but I almost feel like it's too much. But I don't know. Let's see where this goes. It could be a caster's curse.
Sometimes, as someone who also participates in fighting games, sometimes you think a little too hard. You gotta dumb stuff down and just start mashing buttons, you know? And it works. Look at that.
Yeah.
Recovery.
I don't blame Meg D for getting in his head right now, though. This is game 4. If he drops this, he's out of the tournament. So he's got to start activating some brain power here.
And I know this would mean a lot to AO to not go 3-0 in a lifetime history against Meg D. So this will be a lot for his confidence, a lot for his future bracket runs, a lot for just his mentality in facing Meg D in any other bracket than anybody in his skill level ever again. AO will be showing up the top 8s consistently if he can figure out his consistent game plan against players like Meg D.
Oh, for sure. I think this is going to be the start of AO's top 8 journey, or top 8 arc.
Oh, but it's looking scary. Meg D with the off situation, holding that edge with guitars, missing that nair, trying to opt for the sword there, could not necessarily get it off. Quickly decides to get back to his guitars to not get punished. Well, I guess he opted out for guitars already. He meant to his sword away. I must have missed that.
All right. AO's in a good position right now. Once he gets Meg D over the ledge, he pretty much has like 90%. Yeah.
Guitars is a very dangerous weapon off stage. You can have some easy reverses with guitars on the side of the stage, man. So AO is probably also being very wary of that and very aware that he could lose his stock on the ledge with guitars as he's dash switching around the edge, protecting the stage.
Yeah, Meg D's waiting for AO to mess up and just go in for that last punish.
AO using some very good unorthodox movements, some very good footsies and dash dancing to outspace Meg D with those battle boosts.
I feel like
very well in neutral here.
Absolutely. The only thing that I would say that AO can work on is really leaning into his advantage. You can see that there are moments when he can get those offstage punishes and he gets backed off.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. But you know, as someone who also has trouble sometimes committing to offstage pressure, sometimes you're better safe than sorry. You know, if you don't really know the kind of player that you're going against offstage because you haven't interacted with them that much offstage, and you want to keep your stock because you don't want to, you know, lose the lead. Maintain center stage, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with just winning another neutral interaction, doing some more damage, keeping your stock, and keeping the game going. As slow as the way, keep going. Play the game at your pace, because that is how you win.
No, yeah.
Keep this game at his pace as Meg D hits that D-Light recovery and says, no, this is my game. Taking it down to the last stop, pushing over to guitars, trying to get that damage off, and even up the game.
No, for real. What's crazy is that this game, or this set, I should say, has taken so long, and we're not even in game 5 yet. Both players are playing so passive, but it's still
piece of damage counts.
Oh yeah, this game has been so intense. Now, it's been nail-biting the entire time, but so passive. I feel like this is the only set that I've watched that's played this slowly that wasn't an actual bore. Like, both of these players, you can tell, are really going into every action that they're inputting.
Right, like everything has intent. No one is trying to mess up here as we're on the last hug situation, and this would be Meg D's last game if he does not close it out right here. AO is definitely looking to make sure that this is Meg D's last game and close it out. Meg D does not seem to want to have that as he hits that nair into recovery, into another recovery, keeping him up top. AO finds the ground. Man, just trying to hit them end lights, hit those nairs. Trying to just catch his jumps. AO does not seem to be looking for anything different right now. Probably trying to throw off Meg D and throw out something very scary really soon. We see both of these players are not having it. They are not having it. 1 sig from either of these players here, and they're gone. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds left in this match. They're using every second of the clock they can to capitalize on this last stop in the red, as we see all the dashes we need, the nail-biting situation that we have here. Which one of these players will allow to move first? It's just been a lot of movement. No punish from AO with that sidelight.
This is down to last hit, last stock. If AO takes this, Meg D is out of the tournament in top 8.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. He didn't go for that
Ayo's
big punish
looking
there.
for that recovery.
And Meg D is looking for it unarmed. Ayo. Ayo finds the gauntlets. Those are not weapons he's been using for most of the game. 50 seconds left on the clock. Which one of these players will take the stock? Finally, Ayo finds his battle boots.
He didn't let the pressure get to him. He didn't let the pressure get to him. He waited for the boots. He knows he can only take it with the boots.
Being very level-headed. Both of these players are playing extremely cautious right now. As Meg D catches another recovery, does not take out the test. The D-Light recovery for game.
Going to game 5.
Wow. Wow.
That's awesome. That was incredible.
Is this ever going to end? Find out next time on Game 5.
Find out next time on Moose Wars Coral.
But yeah, 9 damage difference. That's insane. It really came down to the wire.
Meg D really, really wanted to make sure this went to game 5. He was not going to let it end here. This might be where he makes the comeback and knocks out Ayo.
You see me running it back to the same stage. It seems like that was not the issue here after they went to Miami Dome. They come right back to this one unfortunate alliance. Guitars versus Battle Boots once again. Slightly even game here. Both in the yellow.
They almost timed out that last game. I don't know if you noticed. There was only 30
Oh, absolutely,
seconds
yes. Meg D knew exactly what was going on, and so did Ayo.
left. Oh, yeah.
I am positive they looked at the timer a few times.
Oh, 100%.
Ayo trying to keep this pressure off stage, trying to keep Meg D from recovering as Meg D finds center stage. Side here, taking out Meg D
Yeah.
for the first stop. Ayo is still looking confident, still trying to look clean, as he is not trying to let the pressure get to him, trying to close out on Meg D. As the set count is now 2-2.
You can definitely feel that Ayo is 100% feeling the pressure and now trying to mix up what he's been doing the last few days, or last few games. You can feel that with that gauntlet gameplay, he's trying to look for something else on Meg D, but Meg D now he got the download.
Yeah, he got to the Asuri. I got you with my guitars, buddy. I know when I need to do damage, and my sword will do it. But I can break your neck and take you off the stage one time with Teska.
Yeah.
Right back to the battle boost we go. Stock number 2 for both players.
Yes, sir.
Meg D on the guitars. His players will not change the pace of their game. Their game has been played at this pace for the last 4 of them, so they will continue to play this way.
This has been almost a 30-minute set now.
Absolutely. Just these 5 games alone. And I know these guys are feeling the pressure. They're feeling the anguish. I'm not sure if Ayo has had long games like this before. But this could be something that Meg D could possibly do to, wear out his opponent, make them weaker, not have the stamina to play these kind of long-winded games, so he can win these mind games. Because part of every fighting game is definitely mind games to it. Because as skilled as both of these players are in the top 8, it does take a little bit of mind games to come out on top sometime. It seems like Meg D is trying to do that exact thing as he weapon starts Ayo.
Oh yeah, this set has definitely gone in Meg D's favor for it being drawn out as long as it has, just because he's really gotten that chance to get down Ayo's movement and come back from that. Like we saw earlier, if Ayo closed out certain moments a little bit faster, this set probably would have already been done.
Hey, ooh, beautiful ground pound, sending him downtown.
Yes,
Catching that GC side light. You said you need that weapon, baby? Hold on, let me do some damage first.
Yeah, you can definitely see that Meg D's been a lot more aggressive in this game than he has in the last few this set.
And it seems like it may be costing him because as Meg D's on his last stock in the yellow, AO is doing the damage that he needs to secure this win, even if Meg D can take his last stock right now. Unless Meg D changes up his entire playstyle right now, he is basically red. All AO needs is a few good moves and Asuri is out of here and AO will advance.
Yes, sir. Now, I mean, we saw at the beginning of the game that Meg D was really benefiting from that aggressive gameplay because AO just wasn't able to match up with it. He was really thrown off in comparison to the last few games.
The pace of the game before, absolutely. Meg D using the change of pace to confuse his opponent and confuse his options in neutral. As we see, AO is still not necessarily playing a different game, but is trying to figure out what Meg D wants. But it's not trying to necessarily play his game, just trying to get a little bit, get all his damage in and end it. As he knows Meg D has to be the aggressor if he wants to win here. Obviously situation for AO. AO makes it back, quick nair.
In these moments, the battle boots really do work against you because it's just so hard to close out your opponent.
Totally agreed, as we see AO opts out to the gauntlets. And Meg D has basically evened up the game with just a few end lights and side lights.
He's looking for that sig. He's sig fishing now. No, and it cost him the game! Oh, he got impatient! Oh, no!
And there it goes. And there Meg D goes, collecting the game.
He got impatient
collecting
right at the end.
Set.
Oh, these replays, man. It really shows how intense that whole set was. Oh, my lord. No, Meg D does not suck. Both of those players were phenomenal. It really just came down to a game of mental. That set was lasting forever. There was only a minute and a half left, and bro, these are 8-minute long games. They're running down to 33 seconds, 1 minute every single time. It was some mental pressure.
Absolutely some mental pressure. As we see the damage here, only 47 damage on those gauntlets. He could not really get much off anything else. And as he tried to, at the very end of that game, really couldn't. But 446 big whopping damage on the battle boots as he really uses battle boots to his advantage every single game he switched to Tesca. Congratulations to AO Blue, man. He's had a great run. And unfortunately, it had to stop by the hands of Meg D and punishing you very well with that D-Light Stare, man.
Oh yeah, after this, Meg D is going to be facing Raydish, and we're really excited to see who takes that game. Wrenched and Tiffany, all right. So, do you think she's going to take it against Wrenched? I'm not sure. I've been seeing some really solid performance out of Wrenched today, but same thing out of Tiffany. She's been really holding her own in every game.
Tiffany has been locked in with the Sasuri earlier and has been really doing the thing, has been showing people that she is not the one to play with that Asuri. So we will see how Wrench D decides to take on the Katars and Swords as we saw them beautifully displayed by Meg D just now. We will probably see a part 2 of the Asuri versus Wrench D, as Wrench D might lock in the Lucian. And we'll see a Katar mirror sometime, but those blasters might have to come out and keep Asuri away. Keep her away.
Here's the thing about blasters, man. If you're really good at spacing, blasters just are almost unbeatable. I mean, there's a reason why you see Sandstorm running with Diana almost every tournament.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Can't wait to see how Tiffany uses the Asuri, comparatively speaking to how Meg D was just playing it.
Absolutely.
Really interesting.
We'll see a different pace going on here as we see both of these players with almost complete mastery of their characters. Level 99 and level 100. Locking it in as we get into map bans. Let's see where these players want to go and how are they feeling today.
Here's the thing about Wrenched, though. He's had, at this point, 7 years of experience in this game, at the very least. He's had more than half a decade of time to get down all of this gameplay neutral. So it's really, I think this game is going to come down to sheer experience. Now, will Tiffany be able to control the pace of the game and take that experience that Wrenched has and just throw it out the window? Let's find out.
Let's see. So we see Wrench D hopping over to the Katars. And Tiffany hopping over guitars. First exchange goes to Tiffany. So we see a very aggressive Asuri off the rip. Oh, but a very aggressive Lucian as well. Off-stage games already going on from both these players.
We're seeing a much more aggressive pace here in this game, comparatively speaking to the last set, and I'm really enjoying it.
As we see, Raydish D opts out for the blasters against guitars. He does not like that mirror. Like
Both of them are.
We're seeing some spacing from
Both of them
Raydish D.
are really not afraid to take that off stage and go all in.
Absolutely. As we see Raydish D unarmed with those blasters, collects those guitars.
I think in just
One
weapon
guitar.
matchup alone, Wrench takes this, because blasters really do outpace sword, and then guitars go even and outpace sword.
For sure. But as long as Tiffany... Ooh, beautiful recovery. Off the wall, off the heezy. Taking that first stock from Raydish D. But with blasters, as long as Raydish D can keep not Meg D, but Tiffany out of his space with those side lights, with those end lights, with those down airs, he will not lose. But recovery definitely will catch him up top if he's lacking, for sure, as Asuri is a strong legend.
Yes, Tiffany, she is not letting this go.
Good nair from Raydish D as he did not get a follow-up. GC down sick, trying to catch him.
Here's the thing about a passive Lucian, though, Matt Dreamo. It really does get rewarded just because of the Blaster's gameplay style. Like, it's not a combo weapon. It's a space and punish weapon. You poke, and then go in for the kill. It really balances out well with guitars that is combo-based and meant to stack damage.
As we see, Raydish D might have wanted to go for a sick there, but was stopped with the unarmed nair as he collects that sick and takes the stock, putting Tiffany onto her last. Juggling through these weapons, decides to opt to the blasters, probably to put on as much damage as he can before Tiffany tries to take his last stock, hits that down there into recovery very nicely.
Yeah, see, as I mentioned at the beginning of this game, it really is coming down to sheer experience here. Like, both players are obviously very, very good, very solid in their movement and the punishes that they're going for. It's just Wrenched maximizes the advantage that he gets. Whereas when Tiffany gets in the punish, she does stuff like that. It's amazing. Goes in for hard-hitting combos. But Wrench just extends it a little bit longer and is getting more value out of those punishes. It's just, at this point, sheer experience and understanding of character.
For sure, but we see Wrench is really trying to close things out here, as he does with that recovery. GG, big Appa in the back for the outro. Thank you, Pierre.
Alright, let's see how game 2 goes. I feel like if Tiffany does not change up her playstyle, it's just going to go straight 3-0 in Wrench's favor. It's really going to come down to, again, how well is Tiffany going to control the pace of the game and take it out of this passive, punishing rhythm that's going on.
That we are in, yes, correct. But Wrench just seems like he wants out of that right now. He wants to stop right now. And so does Tiffany, as we again are in a very slight stage, left side situation where neither player was trying to get center stage. We are just going to edges, going for stocks, going for that damage.
Yeah, and both players probably have in the back of their head, after this set, they have to face the Sandstorm. So they're probably keeping it, at this point, literally repeating in the back. Okay, after this, I fight the guy. He's him. So that has to be doing some sort of effect to their mental. I don't blame them.
I mean, if you're here to compete, and if you're here to win, I hope not. Because as scary as Sandstorm may be, guy is beatable. And if they want to prove that to themselves, they got to get through each other first, right now, and do it confidently.
Oh yeah. So who do you think?
Both side life from Tiffany. Trying to keep him down, but the ground pounds. I'm trying to send him downtown. Down there, Reed says, nope, never mind, no options. Get him my weapon. Anyway, how was your day? You know, get you down light, little mix up. But D lights there, send him off stage. Tiffany misses that down, and that was imperative.
Yeah, Wrenched is really not afraid to go for those offstage punishes. He really knows how many options he has and where his exact line is to play offstage. It really makes going off the side a little too dangerous for Tiffany.
You see Tiffany again with that D-Light recovery off of the GC, off of the iceberg, going crazy off the top. You see two-stock situation here for both players, but Tiffany seems to be on borrowed time as the stock was collected, as I said.
Yeah, Wrench is gonna go for that damage buildup with the guitars and then close it up with the blasters. Watch.
He might not even have to close it out with the blasters as he's already racking up some insane damage on Tiffany right now.
No!
My goodness, Tiffany has no more options. Made it back to stage, but
What?
Wrench just turned up and said no more.
Bro.
I
I don't think we've seen a ledge guard like that all tournament. That was insane gameplay by Wrench. Yeah! Insane. Like, I'm at a loss for words. Not only did he hit the solid nair on Tiffany several times, but followed that up with the neutral sig and then closed it out with the final nair and dare to take her off the bottom of the stage.
But look at the resource management from Wrench, bro. Look at how he made sure he got to stage before Tiffany did, locked in. As we see, Tiffany is probably switching over to the Caspian after that.
I mean, I don't blame her. The gauntlets are gonna be what's gonna make the difference between that blasters.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at this.
Sword just really
damage.
can't get in.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at his damage. We see Wrench took no damage whatsoever unarmed. He said, bro, I'm fighting with weapons and weapons only. Did a big whopping 322 with those guitars, 184 with those blasters. Tiffany only got 70 damage on those guitars and about 115 on that sword. But Tiffany definitely made that sword very, very, very useful.
Oh yeah, but I don't know if you noticed, Tiffany only had one weapon throw that entire game.
No, absolutely.
So
compared to
yeah, that's
Wrench
really gonna
11.
make a difference in the new. Oh, dude, players really like to disregard the weapon throw because it doesn't do so much damage, but it's frames, it's interruptions. Obviously, if you can't get in and catch whatever punish you're looking for, you need to open up with a weapon. It's just a matter of mix-up, and Wrench is obviously utilizing that with the 11-to-1 comparison.
Absolutely. Just using those weapon throws to break the space between you and your opponent is very, very important in neutral, especially when you know how to catch them by surprise. You're now conditioning them to stay grounded or to start moving in the air right where you want them. As Wrench D collects that first stock quickly again with that ground pound.
Ooh.
Wrench has decided that the games are over, buddy. I'm not playing with you anymore. 2-0 lead, and I'm starving you. I'm trying to take your stocks. I'm not trying to let you play the game no more, Tiff. I'm sorry. I gotta fight Sandstorm. I got a mission to get on. We'll try to catch him with that stick off of the wall for recovery.
Watching this gameplay, I really don't know who would win between Wrench and Sandstorm, but I don't want to call out Tiffany just yet. I think Tiffany still has a chance of taking this. Now, it could be that last win that starts getting her. Yo, see? It's
Beautiful
that last
save.
win. We're going to be seeing a reverse 3-0 here from Tiffany. Okay,
Great
coming in with the
falling
nair,
there.
trying to follow up with the
Absolutely.
side light.
But Tiffany may need to slow it down a little bit if she really wants to stay in this game as GCD Light. Sayer collects that stock. Wrench is not playing, bro. He's on a mission. The man on a mission. About to go on a very dirty demolition with these guitars. Hitting those sidelights. Hitting those recoveries. Grabbing the bomb. Tagged ya. Caspian has done so much damage.
Tiffany really needs to start using those weapon tosses, though. I think she's just really trying to rely too much on those SIGs.
See, Wrench taking control of the stage once again. Meg D hitting. I said Meg D. Wow. Tiffany hitting a nice side light. Grabbed him again. Gotcha. Sent him off the stage. as we see a last talk situation, and this is not impossible for Caspian. As I said earlier, Caspian is very strong. Those N6 can do a lot of damage. Those Katars can do a lot of damage. All he has to do is hit you. As we see Wrench unarmed, finding his Katars, probably trying to end the game as soon as possible. But one thing that Lucian definitely can have an issue with is ending the game with his 3 attack, but it did not seem that hard just now. 3-0, Wrench D going crazy. We'll be fighting Sandstorm.
Wrench D. No, solid set there. Amazing 3-0 performance by Wrench. We now get to see Raydish versus Meg D. Who do you guys think is going to take this set? Personally, after the performance we just saw from Meg D, I think Raydish is going to be taking this set.
Well, let's see. You know, we're having a civil war in the Kingdom, as both of these players are from Kingdom. Shout out to Kingdom. We will see how things go here. But again, shout out to Wrench for the big 3-0 dub, 11 weapon throws, 529 big damage, 346 with those Katars again, averaging about 150 with those blasters as he hit 166 in this game. And Tiffany doing a way better job on the Caspian with 7 weapon throws now in this game. As she definitely upped the weapon throws, and it seemed to have gotten to be a closer game. So maybe if Tiffany decided to switch to Caspian a game earlier, she could have had a chance to win a game and turn it around. But shout out to Tiffany again for having this run, making it all the way to top 8, and congratulations.
Oh yeah.
But the run stops here.
We're going to be watching now some orb gameplay from Radish. I really feel like it's going to make the difference. And personally, just between you guys and me, it's going to be a little refreshing to see a new weapon here aside from Katars and Sword.
For sure. As we will see the almighty Petra coming out.
Yeah. So after this, whoever wins this is going to be winning against the Sandstorm and Wrenched game. So we are going to be moving on into loser semifinals for either Radish or Meg D after this. So
for sure. And then we'll see if it'll be Wrenched versus Radish, Wrenched versus Meg D, Sandstorm versus Radish, or Sandstorm versus Meg D. We will find out which one of both of these players in both of these sets advance into the losers semis, our losers quarters, as we have some very intense games. And one of these players will face the winner of Impala and Luna, who are sitting in winners finals comfortably right now, waiting for the lower bracket to catch up.
And that's really the set that's in the back of everyone's mind right now, is that Luna versus Impala, especially after what Luna did to Sandstorm earlier. Like, we really want to see how Impala handles that.
For sure. Because Impala had some very scary games against Radish. Even though he went 3-0, it was a lot of those games were close. A lot of those games had very tight situations that Impala's bow definitely got him out of. So we will see how he fares against Luna. And here's Lucian, or who Luna decides to go that match.
Yeah.
But
where do you think Meg D is going to take Radish for this game? So we're already seeing Radish is banning out all the platform stages. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
I was going to say, I think Meg D is a fan of single platform maps, as he likes to play floaty in situations that he needs to take less damage. So if he needs a platform, he'll take a platform. The 2-minute platform seems to be annoying. So let's lock in. Small forward to the Lions, game 1.
Okay. Solid start by Radish. Bro. Okay, guys, we're gonna be experiencing another passive set. We can expect that this game is definitely gonna go on to 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh, well, maybe Radish might not want that, as he's looking for all the reads, all the sauce.
I think he's fishing for there right now, truthfully speaking. But I don't blame him. It follows up really nicely, but I think Meg D is really gonna peep that here pretty soon.
Oh, great angle on that weapon toss to catch him off the ledge there. Great down air from Radish. As Radish picks up that orb, one good sig from Radish will definitely take out Meg D right now. Maybe even a sidelight seer recovery does not do it. Tries to find that sidelight seer right there. side air, not enough.
Oh
Tried
no,
to
Meg D didn't touch the wall.
Tried to
That's
spike
sad.
him with that down there, made him miss his opportunity to touch, and lost all of his options right there. As Radish takes the lead, and now starves Meg D. He doesn't want him to have a single weapon, not one. As Meg D finds his guitars, Radish playing the ground, slowly trying to keep his lead, as well as Meg D finds that downlight into recovery, taking him out.
Yeah, Meg D really doesn't want to let Raydish run away with that lead. He's gonna do what he can. Ooh. Come on, Meg D, break his ankles.
You about to see a crossover, left, right.
Ah! All right. Punishing him twice with that nair, solid.
Tried to catch that nair after the side light, was not able to. Got punished for that weapon throw. As both players threw their weapons out, but Meg D finds his guitars, punishes with it down there.
Ooh.
Meg D is loving these end lights, trying to see how Radish reacts after he gets hit with end light. Read his dodges, read his movement.
Meg D's absolutely conditioning him right now with those nairs, trying to see what he's going to be following up with after.
Radish is trying to find his space against that. Side light Sair is not enough. Tries to go for the weapon throw. Looking for the unarmed
Nice.
GC nair into the stage. That was very smart from Radish there. Reading his options, knowing where Meg D has to go to get that opportunity to kill, but did not capitalize on that opportunity there. As Meg D is looking to neutralize his stock right now with this sword, hitting that nair, looking for that down light, cannot find it.
Okay.
Side air says
Insane.
goodbye. But maybe Radish lands one good haymaker here and sends Meg D flying.
Guys, this game has already been going on for almost 4 minutes now. It's been 3 minutes and 30 seconds that we've been watching. We just got to
Side
last
light Sair.
stock.
There we go. As Radish throws his orb real up high. Meg D finding that unarmed there. Side light Sair, the bread and butter coming out from Radish.
Ooh. He's really trying to fish for those side light combos now.
Absolutely, as they are the bread and butter of the orb. And he's making the orb look like a real primary weapon here. As he is very focused on using it.
If you see, Meg D's a lot more confident with his follow-ups now because he's gotten a good idea as to how Radish is
Moves after
answering
end
this.
light, for sure, yes. He is now moving a little faster off of the end lights. After he's got a few end lights off earlier in the game, he's now using his conclusions to determine where Radish might be going. And he
Yeah, I
gets
think
one
this-
good read there, it might be game.
Yeah, I think this first game is going to go to Radish, though. Solid damage lead on this last stock, and I don't know if Meg D is going to be able to stay patient enough for this.
Once
Yep,
again,
there it is.
Side light Sair. He gets one good sig, it's a GG. But Radish is
I
not
think he's
going
going
to
to
let
close
off
it out with
his-
another side light there.
Possibly, but it's about who gets off his first confirm now. Because if Meg D gets one good downlight, it might be over for Radish. Edge guarding with those Kamehamehas. Great recovery. Look at the
recovery to
outro
close it
from
out.
Petra. Looking real evil.
My man Radish using the freaking Swifty skin. I love it. It's giving him power. "18 weapon throws by Radish, guys. I've been saying this the entire time I've been sitting here with y'all. Weapon throws make the difference in neutral. I'm telling you.
2, 1, brawl!
It's really going to show in your gameplay once you get solid weapon throw combos down, because not only are you going to be able to stop approaches or punishes from someone that otherwise you would just be out of options, but it really just expands your mix-ups. It's not in any way, shape, or form a skill or tech that you do not want to add to your arsenal. we already are seeing that the players that do incorporate it normally into their neutral are the ones that have the more consistent runs.
Placings and such, yes, for sure. Mixing up your weapon throws is very important. Figuring out what angles you want to throw your weapons and how you want to do them is very, very good. As you know, I am new to Brawl. I've been watching a lot of people like Pavelski. He is a weapon throw god. But as we see Radish here in an all-state situation, looking for a weapon. Meg D says, no, you can't have one. Now we're both unarmed. But now I got my weapon. What's up, Meg? And then with that side air, D-Light recovery. Goodbye.
Yeah, Meg D got the download on Radish after that last game.
More weapon starvation. Radish does not care as he sends him flying with that recovery. Tries to catch him with another one. And light. Ooh, great decision making there from Radish, trying to see if he can catch him there with that sig.
Meg D is really holding up a solid lead, though. He's not letting Radish do anything.
As Radish might have an answer to that now. He's picked up his board, looking for some answers here. Hitting that side light into there, or end light rather.
We're actually seeing a strong reminiscence out of Meg D gameplay that we saw out of Wrench last set, where when he's finding these openings, he's really extending it out. We can see that Radish is trying to do the same thing now, really not letting Meg D get back into neutral state. Ooh! But Meg D has advantage now. Radish messed up by going too far off ledge, but he doesn't care. He's going to take it right back anyway. He said, this is my advantage.
Absolutely is. Radish is now being the aggressor, not trying to give Asuri any space to breathe. But yeah, both players here in red. Yeah, both players here in red looking for a good punish to capitalize on the last stock. As we see, Radish almost hitting that sig, sending Meg D down.
Neither player wants to let up that lead.
Oh, Nair unarming Radish. Radish finding the orb before Meg D could reach it. Great avoidance to that D-line. Great recovery from Radish there. Really was just looking for that.
Yeah, Radish is really closing out Meg D with those recovery plays. Nice! Alright. See, the weapon toss into a recovery, that would not have happened if he didn't do that. Ooh, and we have Radish opening up solid with a GC neutral light and then into a freaking neutral sig. Insane.
Yeah, that was one of the first sigs that connected for Radish in the last games.
Solid passive gameplay out of Radish. He really did mix it up from the beginning of this game till the end here. He does not want to let Meg D get game 2. Ooh, all right.
Radish.
Game
locking
2
it in.
Goes to Radish. All right.
As Radish is now up, I believe, 2-0 in the set.
Yes, sir. So this next game, it either is the start of the comeback for Meg D, or Radish is going to go on and fight the winner of Sandstorm and Wrenched. The start of this game is really going to determine where the ending goes. Whoever starts off with the lead is more than likely going to close off the game.
Oh, let's see, because we've seen a lot of those leads turn around real quick just from one player deciding that they want it more than the other, you know?
Oh, for sure. It really comes down to that last stock and who loses their patience first. Because once you start making mistakes with, as we saw, the SIG spamming with the Meg D and it just really threw off the whole pace of that set entirely. And AO just lost his patience in the 11th hour. And it's okay because, you know, this is high pressure tournament, but it really is going to make or break that W at the end of the day.
Another D-Light recovery. Radish not letting Meg D not letting Radish land there. catching all of his landings, taking that first stock. So we'll see how Meg D can control his lead now. So we see Meg D trying to space out those sidelights from gauntlets and punish him.
Really following up clean after those nairs. Meg D is really trying to abuse those neutral light combos.
Oh, absolutely. If you're stacked on guitars, it's the easiest answer. And
Wow. Meg spaced that down sig by an inch. That was insane. Like right there, again, he is really good at spacing that out. If Radish just throws him off and sends it a little bit lower, like, you know, does a slide cancel off that, I think he could catch Meg D with one of those here pretty soon.
great reversal from Meg D.
Nice. I think game 3 is going into Meg D's favor. I told you, whoever started off this game was going to close it out.
Recovery from Radish. But as I know, Petra is really strong. If he gets off a few good moves, a few good sigs, Asuri could be out of here real fast.
Oh, no, for sure. But Meg D is not wanting to let this set go 3-0. You can feel it in the way he's playing this game.
Oh, absolutely. The fast pace. The fact that we are on Radish's last stock, and it's only been 5 minutes and 30 seconds that we have left in the game. So we've only been playing for about 2 minutes on the last stock already. Meg D picking up the pace.
And Meg D has really been defining himself with his passive gameplay, adjusted into aggressiveness. But Raydish doesn't care. He wants this to close out 3-0.
As like I said, we got that comeback. This from Petra being so strong, being able to really just hit hard. And Asuri having low defense as well is not helpful in this situation. So Radish definitely can make this comeback. Passing being ledge guarded by all of these end lights. It's looking real hard, but it's still doable.
He can make this comeback, but I have a feeling that this is going to go on into game 4, and then Raydish is going to take it there. He's going to get upset by this game, and he's going to really show Meg D why.
End light, no more options. Goodbye, buddy.
Yeah.
Player 2.
The outro.
All right, game 4. We are 2-1. Raydish up on Meg D. Meg D literally just completely turned around his gameplay on game 3, making sure that he didn't get closed out. But can he hold it up here now in game 4? I think Raydish picked up on the adjustment, and I think he's just going to close out the set.
For sure. So let's see how Radish decides to end it all if he can. Let's see if Meg D can really get these 3 games straight. And we'll be sitting here for another hour watching another set. But let's lock in and see how we do on Small Fortress of the Lions. As Radish hops in, gets the weapon. Meg D first stands with a side light. Another side light, but with arm this time.
Ooh. Insane start by both players. So I thought Raydish was going to start off this game and really start annihilating Meg D, but we can see here Meg D is not letting him do that.
Big signature coming out from Radish right there. Even though I didn't get the knockout, just landing 6 again with Petra is very good. I mean, her damage is so much. So Radish is not
Ooh,
going to
side lights there.
Beautiful. Unarming Meg D. Ooh, beautiful down there. Poke, sending him right off the stage. Ooh. Another one. Pink. Goodbye.
Yeah, solid lead already established by Raydish. I think game 4 is just going to close out here. Yeah.
With the GC down one. Tries to take that Nair and take him off stage. He says, no, come back here. I'm trying to grab you, buddy.
Yeah, Raydish is really trying to follow up with that GC down. Because here's the thing, if he can get Meg D off the stage, he can just keep on closing out these stocks. Because at this point, we can already tell that Raydish has a little bit more experience off ledge. Oh, and we see another stock closed up. Yep.
Just like that.
Unless Meg D can change this up, this is going to be the end of the set in Raydish's favor.
As we saw, Radish took a mean GC sig from Meg D last game, where he was reversed off stage, and I seem like Radish has learned his lesson and knows how to approach him off stage now, and definitely has capitalized on that. And is using his knowledge in game 4 to close it out right now. Throwing out these down airs, pinging and blinging them. Oh, he just SDs?
No, he knows his options. He knows his options.
No, he does. I don't think he touched there when he got to the wall there.
Meg D punished him off.
For sure with that sidelight. Great unarmed there, getting that orb. Try to hit him with the mean Hadoken for game. Blast him! Ooh. Almost.
Hit him with the Vegeta spray.
You know what I'm saying? The recovery, last active frame of the recovery, taking Meg D out for the 3-1 victory, going to Raydish.
That was an insane set. Raydish almost 3-0'd Meg D. Meg D clutched it up in game 3, but Raydish said, nah, boy, this is my set, game 4. Insane. Love it.
Literally the last active input, the last frame of recovery took that game. As we see, 460 big ones, 460 damage done by Radish, 9 weapon throws, carrying with that orb, 351 damage on that orb, only 93 on the gauntlets. We see Meg D not getting out much damage at all, with 95 on the guitars, 129 on sword, and 26 on arm. But
no, for sure. Not only was Radish performing, but he was also putting on a show with that orb. It was so refreshing to see, and he was able to maximize its efficiency against the Asuri gameplay. So now we're going to be having Sandstorm versus Wrenched. Winner of this set is going to be playing against Raydish.
whew,
My man called you Deontay.
I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, this is going to be
Wrench
a great set.
versus Sandstorm. Will we see Sandstorm hop on the Mirage? Or will we see him hop on the Mordex? Me personally, as a Spear fan, I love the Spear. I love to see Mirage. I love to see those get those Spear reads, those pogos. Everything about Spear to me is just beautiful execution. All fundamentals, all reads, and it's just so good. But we know Sandstorm is very, very, very notorious for that nasty scythe, those nasty reads that he gets from that scythe, and nasty games. So let's see if you'll get any of those today in our losers quarterfinals. Sandstorm versus Wrench. Let's see how we lock in today. Will we see Lucian versus Mirage, Lucian versus Mordex?
Here's the thing with Sandstorm and Wrench. They're both veterans of this game, so literally almost any character is in their arsenal. It's really, this set's going to go one of two ways, guys. It's either going to be more passive than any other set you've seen up until now, or it's going to be more fast-paced than any other set you've seen up until now. Both of these players have over half a decade under their belt in this game with level 100 characters across the board. So we're going to be seeing some hard reads. I think game 1 is going to go in the favor of Sandstorm. Game 2 is going to go to Wrenched. From there on out, it's really going to be who has the more solid mental and who can leverage their experience better.
For sure. And neither of these players are strangers to the top 8. As we see, these guys have definitely fought each other a numerous amount of times. This will be their, 23rd game against each other? 23rd set?
Yeah, insane. Now, Sandstorm is up 13-9, but that doesn't mean Wrenched hasn't taken 9 sets against him. They're very close.
Precisely. That does not mean that Wrench does not know what he's doing against Sandstorm, and he can definitely find out. But we see Sandstorm hop into the Diana. Interesting pick.
Yeah, see, the Blasters mirror with the bow versus Katars is really going to, like I said, it's going to come down to who is the more experienced player. Now, Sandstorm having 22 gold medals to Wrenched's 5 is something that does showcase, but Wrenched just has been in the game longer. I think he's going to really close it out.
Sandstorm is looking for those reads, getting his Blaster's mirror, not letting up on the Wrench, getting that down there, hitting that sidelight for Sandstorm. I love me a good Blaster's mirror, a good old Wild West shootout, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Sidelight into recovery, very interesting option route from Sandstorm there. You know, as someone who has not been in the Brawlhalla scene for so long, watching Sandstorm in his prime game as I've met him through multiverses is an honor. So to see him perform at a high level and commentate for this in Brawlhalla is definitely an amazing sight for me, as he goes against another legend, the Wrenched.
Oh yeah, and I think my prediction is going to come true. Game 1 might be in Sandstorm's favor, but we're going to watch it. Game 2, Wrenched is going to pop off.
We see Wrench is not playing those games, hit that GC D-Light into recovery, tried to reverse him, but he says my D-Light into recovery with my blaster is going to get you.
But he's living on borrowed time right now. Sandstorm's going to close out that stock here in about 10 seconds.
One D-Light into recovery on that bow can definitely end it all. Hits that N-Light. Cannot find any other answers. D-Light into N-Light, sending him to heaven. Not gone yet.
Ooh.
Trying to get those guitar strings going, get that damage off. But Dirty Diana is looking for something.
That weapon throw for the follow-up was insane.
Great N-Light and great patience from Wrench. Not just immediately follow up.
Right.
Very good short hop nair from Sandstorm to collect that stock. That's how you know Meg D. I said Meg D. Wrench was on a lot of borrowed time. The short hop nair was doing it to him. Great.
Ooh, GC side sig.
Absolutely. Hitting that in there, trying to get a follow-up with the stair. Not enough.
I think he's gonna close it out here with a D-sig. He's gonna try and find that punish.
Sandstorm really trying to play the exact space of the blasters, not trying to let him into his dead zones. Great punish of his GC D-Light there. Hitting the D-Light into recovery for the game with the outro.
D-Light
looking
into
for that
recovery,
GC
bread and
N-Sig
butter.
just in case he wasn't dead. Sandstorm, the Sharker.
Oh yeah. See, here's the thing. Now that that game happened, Wrenched's nerves are out the door. He's gonna come back in game 2, and he's gonna show Sandstorm why he has 9 W's under his belt against him.
Honestly, I don't even think Wrench had nerves, because I don't think I would have nerves if Sandstorm pulled up with Diana on me. Because he had a pretty close game. Despite Sandstorm's blasters not being no joke, I think I would still be more afraid of his staff, his spear, rather, and his scythe. But hey. Hey, that bow has not really put in that much work last game. We already see some
solid start. Solid start by Wrenched.
But great reach from Sandstorm, hitting that D-Light and the sliders off the ledge, trying to catch him.
Ooh, he almost really closed out that first stock there with just side airs alone.
Yeah, man, Bo is a very, very good weapon.
Here's the thing about Bo. It's very versatile and gives you the opportunity not just to space, but to also combo and punish with very, very little opportunity for punish unless you are just misspacing the whole process.
It's that D-Light into recovery to collect that first stock. That's really one of my favorite things about Blaster's mirrors is that quite literally every move that your opponent does, you can just immediately punish. Because you guys are around the same exact range from each other every time. So if your opponent chooses the wrong input, you know the right one. Hits that down there and tries to go low for it. Recovery. Blast frame recovery. Hits on Sandstorm. Sandstorm looking for that side air. Looking for that GC downlight. Does not get it.
I think Sandstorm heard the commentary and he said, Game 2 going to who? Game 2 going to who?
I think he wants the world to know he's not trolling. My blasters are in my pocket. Trust and believe.
Yeah, you can tell after he got 3-0'd by Luna that he is not going to let anyone take a game against him until he gets back to Luna.
Yeah, I think he has something to prove. He said, hey man, I can't go out like this. See, Sandstorm seeming to not necessarily opt to pick up that weapon in the first instance he could. Taking a little more damage from Lucian there, but still Sandstorm's game as he is still in the lead with 2 stocks to Wrenched 1. Throwing that weapon didn't really give him much contest there as Wrench is holding it down. James Brown on the ledge right there. Throwing that weapon to test him. Beautiful weapon toss. Beautiful side save from Sandstorm.
See, here's the thing. This game is really, really even on the ground, but as soon as it gets taken into the air or off stage, Sandstorm just takes solid lead. You can see a very clear difference between how confident both players are off stage or in the air, just based off of the decision making that they're doing. So Runch, while he is getting those licks in when he's off stage, Sandstorm is just closing it out. He's not giving him an option to recover. It's just a matter of Sandstorm knows how to close off the kill just a little bit faster.
Definitely. Sandstorm has been doing a lot of call-outs these games. He's been calling out a lot of his dodges, a lot of his opportunities where he could dodge but chose not to. Sandstorm is paying attention to a lot of Wrench's habits, and he is literally exposing them, as Wrench is probably fearing for his neutral, as he may seem to have change things up to figure it out.
A member in the chat, Inner Blunt, said the gap is noticeable. I don't think it's a gap in skill. I simply think it's a gap in confidence and mental. Because as we see, like, Wrench has taken these sets before. It's just a matter of he is not feeling the confidence off stage. Like right there, he could have followed that up and really extended that off stage gameplay. But he got scared, came back, and gave Sandstorm the opportunity to re-engage in neutral.
Cover it again. That is true. But you know, sometimes that is the one thing that happens in fighting games, is that sometimes you give your opponent a little too much respect, and that is what costs you games. You know?
Definitely not a gap in skill. Here's the thing: both of the players are insane and have both won gold medals. It's just a matter of in this specific set, Sandstorm has the better mental. He's leveraging it.
D-Light into recovery, taking the stock, not opting out for the share there, knowing recovery would take him out. Throwing these weapons around, but not able to get either because of that one sidelight from Wrench. Ooh, great avoidance to that Sig by not jumping, not being jump happy.
Oh, he's whiffing.
So they're both whiffing right now. Hits that sidelight, another sidelight into the
solid
GC
close.
Sig. Beautiful closeout from Wrench right there. Tried to catch his dodge in with the chase dodge and reverse side air.
Insane follow-up by Sandstorm. He's really hitting end lights.
Into the signature. Getting that off with Diana. Opting out for blasters. On this last stock, Sandstorm might be looking to take game number 3 here real easily.
Oh yeah.
Hitting that down there, trying to get the weapon toss off the wall. Oh my goodness.
Insane weapon throw. If only it had landed. He just needs to adjust that angle a little bit. And Wrench keeps on throwing it directly down, and it's about like a 20-degree angle.
Barely ever got him. But Sandstorm, Wrenched, last stock, small Brawlhalla. Let's see who can take this. And Wrenched, give himself another chance, another game, or will Sandy close this one out right here, right now?
I think this game might be going into Wrench's favor. He feels the W. He can taste the W. But Sandstorm doesn't care. He's going to try and take this whole set right now. And he does. Insane.
Sandstorm, 3-0, not playing those games, looking to make his way back to where he belongs, as he will go on and fight Raydish in the loser semis.
That recovery kill is Sandstorm's bread and butter. You do not want to be putting yourself underneath him when you are in air, much less letting him hit that D-Light on you.
Yeah, D-Light recovery, man. D-Light into GC D-Light. Into recovery. Like, is this guy on sword? What is he doing?
Oh, yeah. Now, I think we're going to be heading on into Sandstorm versus Radish. Now, we've seen some 3-0s across the board. Hello. Wait, guys, Oh, okay. I was like, but guys, who do you think is going to take that Radish versus Sandstorm? I think it's going to go over to Sandstorm's favor just because he is on a roll. He wants to get that rematch against Luna. I don't think it has anything to do with the lack in skill of Raydish's side. I think it's just pure unadulterated rage, and Sandstorm is using that to his favor. He wants to see grand finals. He's going to make this loser's run.
Sometimes you got to be angry to win, man. Sometimes you need that. Damn.
No, yeah, I think the set's either going to be a solid 3-0 or Raydish is going to take it to game 5. Nowhere in between.
Well, let's see. It seems like Kyle and I has been making the W predictions as we will drop predictions in the chat right now for all you guys in Moose Boys to determine who the winner of this set will be, Sandstorm or Radish, who will advance into the losers finals. And we will have the lower bracket completely caught up after this, and we will hop into Impala versus Luna, and then see who will be sent down to the losers finals and who then we see in grands to take it all home.
Here's the thing between the Raydish and the Sandstorm set, though. We're going to be seeing more than likely orb and gauntlets into bow and blasters, and that orb is really going to make or break if Raydish wins this set or not. Like, if Sandstorm doesn't end up switching, it really is actually looking in Raydish's favor.
I mean, hey, you know, Sandstorm is clearly not afraid to use his scythe. If he feels like he needs to bring it out, I think he will. I don't think he's gonna troll and use Diana if he feels like he wants to really win this game. I don't think he'll do that. I think he'll do it in the way he needs to. Take these games slowly, confidently, and find his way back to grands. But you know, a lot of these other players are definitely holding that same mindset. There's no way that Radish wants to lose. There's no way that Impala wants to lose. There's no way Luna wants to lose. So we will see out of this top 4 who will emerge out on top. Who will assert their dominance.
The winner of this set is going to be moving on into losers finals and facing the loser of Impala and Luna. So it's really going to come down to the wire now, guys. We only have 4 more sets for Coral Clash Moose Wars. That's insane.
But shortly we will have a break. So I hope you guys stay tuned, man. We have a lot of these games going on.
Sandstorm is not washed. It's just we've had a lot of really new, up-and-coming, solid players. It's always an opportunity for shaking up the top level. But I love you guys. Enjoy the break, and we will see you back
real
just a
soon.
bit.
Alrighty, guys, we are back with Moose Wars Coral Clash 1v1 sponsored by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore, and today I'm going to be casting the top 4 with my good friend there, Clem. Clem, how you feeling tonight there, my man?
I'm feeling great. I'm really excited to watch this next match. Impala versus Luna, that's a classic game. You know, it's going to be interesting to see the Luna versus the Kaya, not the Luna, the Lucian versus the Kaya. And I mean, it's going to be a great game. I think it should be a really close one, but I don't know. Who do you think's going to take it, AJ?
Man, I don't know. We had 2 3-0s coming in from Impala and Luna, right? For example, Impala 3-0ing Raydish, and Luna 3-0ing Sandstorm. And I don't know. I think when it comes down to Luna beating Sandstorm the way that they did in this event, while Sandstorm was on a more of a pick that they don't usually choose because they're practicing 4 officials, it still kind of gives a little bit more of an opening eye towards Luna. But both these players, I mean, Impala and Luna have gone crazy. Luna has won a variety of different Moose Wars events as well. So I don't know. That's going to be the main mindset when I'm looking at these 2 players and seeing how they're going to be playing. But Luna with $100,000 in earnings, but Impala $64,000 is also the BCX World Champion. So for all the people across the world coming to BCX and playing in it, Impala is the land demon. And the real question is, will he become the online demon in this Moose Wars Coral Clash event as well? But 1-1, and I mean, that's kind of how I feel. But how about you there, Clem?
I mean, honestly, I'm pretty interested to see what happens, because one thing you have to notice is that Luna at San Diego got double eliminated by a South American Kaya player, Lore. So recently, he has been going down to Kaya on the Lucian, so who knows what's really going to happen, because Impala is the best Kaya, right? So if a Kaya's been able to find a way to take him out, then Impala should be able to find that opening as well. But, you know, as of late, Luna has been taking it over Impala, but we're going to have to see. I mean, Impala's always a lot more threatening on LAN, as we've seen, but online, he's been working really hard to catch that up as well, and I think that this could be the time that he takes it, but I don't know. We'll have to see going into this.
Yeah, for sure. With that being said, I mean, yeah, you're right. With Impala kind of being that Kaya player and that no one's been really able to get a grasp on. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely going to be a very good matchup between both these players with the experience that Luna has, experience that Impala has. I can't really get a grasp of who's gonna win. We'll have to kind of see.
It's just neck and neck. We're really gonna have to see.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the king versus the world champ. We're gonna have to really, I don't know. It's always close, but it's just whoever gets the momentum and holds on to it. I feel like that's gonna be the most important thing, because both these players are super duper good at pushing their advantage and keeping control of the game. So whoever can really find that first opening and keep it going, I mean, it'll be a big advantage going through at the set. So I feel like, you know, I don't know if there's going to be any reverse 3-0s in this. I feel like whoever's going to start off strong might finish strong as well.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, we're just waiting for Impala to hop on into the lobby. They got about 5 minutes to hop on in. But overall, though, I mean, if we even look in the previous sides of the bracket here as well, with Impala and with Luna, and kind of seeing how they ran up to get up into that into this matchup here in the winners finals here. Impala went through Nutalada and went through Wrenched to get into top 8, while Luna went through Simba and Truck Stop Burrito. Truck Stop Burrito has been doing very well. Same thing when it comes down to Wrench. Wrench beat AO Blue, Truck Stop beat Simba, stuff like that. So Luna went through Wubs and went through Truck Stop. That's a correction there. But overall, though, I mean, when it comes down to these players, the only person that lost a game tonight is Impala, who lost a game to Wrenched in a 3-1 situation. So I don't know. Maybe that might show something here. We'll kind of have to see.
Yeah, Wrenched is a Lucian player, right? So
yeah,
he did drop a game to a Lucian out of all the sets he played, which could be indicative. But again, who knows, right? Different players, different play styles. Everything changes depending on the set. So it could be, you know, really one-sided. Could be very close. You know, it's really hard to make a prediction on players of this caliber, because it's, you know, they're PR1, PR2, right?
Yeah.
This is just 2 players who have been duking it out recently, and I mean, I think we're about to get into it. Here we go.
Yeah, for sure. With Impala with the 1v1 world champion title and Luna with the king champion that he got from winning the Winter Royale. And with that being said, we're going into game number 1 between Luna and Impala in Moose Wars Coral Clash. And let's kind of see how it goes. Who has this platform control here? And right now it seems like Luna's got those guitars and is trying to guard the weapon throws or the weapon pickups there from Impala.
Yeah, first weapon of the day is blasters by Luna. He's trying to get the weapon star, but now it's blasters into bow. This is typically a bow favored matchup, but Luna is going to be trying to find his way out. Both players very even in damage right now.
Definitely indeed. And right now Impala almost knocks Luna off the ledge of the map with that bow edge guarding there, but it looks like Luna comes back, does a downlight recovery, picks up guitars, tries to land an attack on Impala, but relatively these first stocks are staying relatively even between these players. I mean, Impala's using that bow range very, very well. Luna is using those guitars very, very well with Lucian. And I mean, it's coming down to his final hits to get the first stock knockout. Luna comes in with the guitar sider into ground pound knockout onto Impala's first stock. And within a minute in was able to go ahead and take a little bit of a lead there, Colin.
Yeah, really, really solid first stock, but quickly responded by Impala with the D-Sig. Quick little D-Sig, catching him, and it is dead even. Impala is just trying to get that weapon star, hopefully to building up a little bit of damage. He's got really good control of the stage right now, and he's got the juggle.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, here's the thing as well. I mean, it's definitely been relatively even between both these players, but as I say that, I'm kind of giving a little bit of a commentator's curse because Impala has Luna into the orangey red and comes in with the bow ground pound. And a minute 40 in, Impala is up one entire stock within 40 seconds there, Clem.
Really, really, really solid pushing of the advantage by Impala. As I was saying before, the momentum is very, very important. And Impala, he picked up the bow, got the weapon starve, and I mean, it was just a very, very clean stock coming out for him. Right now, Luna's probably picking up the blasters, hoping to get that quick damage buildup, but unfortunately, he's just been trading out. And if you're a stock behind, you cannot be trading because it's just not going to end up well for you.
Well, for sure, and especially because you're exchanging attacks back and forth, and then you have that lead going down into those final red stocks, and you get more stressed out to a point you're not going to be able to counter them very well as you would while you had that final stock like full, right? So right now, Impala's coming in with that bow signature. Luna misses that down signature just barely there onto Impala. Impala gets knocked out by Luna's falling neutral air with guitars, and now we're down to one stocks all on Small Brawlhaven. And if you're Impala, you gotta be like, okay, I'm a little bit more comfortable. However, Luna's starting to creep up with the stock with the stock advantage here.
Lucian's got that. Both these characters have that high defense, right? So it's really hard to count them out at any point in the match. But I mean, if Impala can hold on, it'd be very important. But he was going for some very risky options. Goes for the side stick. He catches, not getting the kill quite just yet, but he's looking to find one more heavy option. He's throwing out lots of heavy attacks. I don't know, this might be slightly uncharacteristic of him, but it's been working so far. He just needs to find that one good hit.
Yeah, for sure. And hey, I mean, Impala comes into that bow neutral air, and you've been saying a lot when it comes down to the heavy attacks. It almost reminds me of a player that kind of went through the tournaments in the past, Anonymous Alex, coming in with these heavy attacks, but Impala goes down to those light attacks, hits that bow two-piece into that neutral air knockout option on the Luna, and Impala takes game number 1 over Luna.
Really solid damage build by Impala there. Able to find that second stock. That second stock was so crucial. Being able to just take advantage and not really let Luna get a single hit in that whole stock. Just really won him that game as he had that momentum going into Luna's third stock, and he just carried the lead slowly and then managed to build up the damage till he got a D-Light Nair kill. Just very, very simple, but just what you really want if you're playing a character that has weapons like bow and spear. You know, that's simple. You know, you play neutral, you get your hits, you push advantage, and then hopefully you can just close out a game with 2 simple light attacks.
Yeah, and when it comes down to both these players, that's what they want. They want to go ahead and finish off this game with these 2 light attacks here, or even maybe with something a little bit more in their advantage. But I mean, we're 20 seconds in. Both players are on Apocalypse here, and they're on the same characters. They're definitely very comfortable with them. And hey, I mean, it's been working throughout this entire event. Why would they swap off with them?
The read. Luna pushing advantage with blasters. Can he find that last final dare? Misses it, but catches a nair. He's still fine just right now, but, you know, Oh, that confirms, I'm pretty sure. Wow, that chases him down for the weapon throw, but it doesn't confirm. It does not kill Impala. He manages to make it back. Can Impala turn this around? Luna with no dodge. Nothing quite just yet, and I think Impala's still living. And wow.
Yeah, Luna coming in with that unarmed gameplay and knocking out Impala's first stock. It was kind of funny because I remember when Impala did that weapon throw on the left side of the ledge, it bounced off the ground and hit Luna, which once it touches the ground, usually it's like, hey, okay, it's not gonna actually hit. But anyways, I mean, right now, Luna having this little bit of a center platform control a little bit over Impala, trying to go ahead and just keep that, because the more they have that, the more damage build they'll be able to get with guitars. But now that Impala has it, can they turn things around? Maybe not. Luna keeps on going with these blasters. We'll have to see.
Luna just not letting Impala find that KO. Impala needing to find that quick hit, but nothing is going to kill just yet. No Nair, no End Light is going to kill. Maybe a delay recovery or a Sig, but unfortunately, it's just not looking like he can find an opening to find the KO.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Impala is kind of a little bit worried. They don't want to lose that second stock if they can find some type of knockout option to try to go into that boat there, gets the side air instead. And that side air actually knocks out Luna's first stock because Luna just didn't have any more options coming back to that platform.
Yeah, just able to knock him off the wall, not letting him back. But Luna does have a quite solid lead built up. He just needs to find an Sig won't KO, but I believe it just sets up for most Sigs will KO, side Sig catching, and that will knock out Impala's second stock. Luna setting up the weapon star, picking up the guitars. Guitars into unarmed is always pretty scary, but Impala able to quickly pick up a weapon. Can he bring this back with a quick bow solid stock like we saw in the game before, or will Luna be able to just keep the momentum going?
That's going to be the real question, right? Are we going to be seeing these exchanges between both of these players back and forth? If so, Luna wins this. Impala really needs to come in with some sort of very clean combo. They've done it in the past. We've seen them do it. But are they able to do it against Luna with those guitars? Because those guitars are countering Impala a lot right now.
Yeah, one of those things that's really scary about trying to come back against a weapon like guitars is that not only are you focused on trying to secure the KO, you also have to make sure that you don't get your dodge red, because these string weapons will just take your stock in one combo. So you really have to be very, very careful and like with your dodge and your defensive options while also trying to find that final hit. But unfortunately, Impala not able to find the final hit for the second stock, and Luna is really running away with this game. Elite Sair, not KOing just yet, but setting up for the weapon starve. Luna looking very good to take this game too.
Yeah, for sure. And realistically, Impala really needs to go ahead and get this knockout option right here if they want to win. Gets that side air that launches Luna off the ledge. Impala throws the weapon away, not giving themselves any more options to get the second stock knockout. Weapon throw comes in. Luna gets knocked out by that side air.
Should be it.
It should be. Oh, Impala saving him a little bit there, but Spear Nair comes in. But that took a lot to knock out Luna, that second stock there, Clem.
Yeah, and at this point, he's very near the KO %. So we're going to really have to see if he can just avoid getting hit in general. And I mean, he's starting off super well with a good juggle, but Luna finds the Sair, knocking him off stage. And now he's going to pick up the blasters. Luna can either find a D-Light, a Sair. Next Sair will KO. And I mean, he can really do anything right here. And he's looking for the quick hit. Finds a side light.
Dude, that's not having any knockback, and Impala's taking advantage of it a lot. You're seeing Luna come in. It's like, hey, I'm going to play guitars now. I see a weapon throws the weapon away, ironically.
Well, honestly, at this point, any unarmed, the unarmed should KO. But at this point, he might be putting himself at disadvantage. But he finds a recovery. And that takes game 2. Wow.
I mean, Impala was sort of get up on him though, Clem. I mean, he was going in with these different options with unarmed, but was just getting read very, very well, but wasn't being read well enough. And Impala loses that second game. Luna is on a roll right now with these guitars. But now if you're Impala, you gotta be like, okay, let's see what we can do. Let's go ahead and reset our mindset here and go into game number 3 with a positive mindset and see if we can counter Luna.
Honestly, I'm not sure if I really like this map pick because
yeah,
Impala found success first off on Small Brawlhaven, right? He was able to find the KOs at a reasonable like health, and it was looking good, right? But then all of a sudden he gets taken to APOC game 2, and he's not able to find the kill as well. And now he's taken to another high ceiling map, but I might be eating my own words right here, because Impala has found a really, really great combo and like damage build just to set up for this first stock. And he finds the dare as well. Can he confirm this? Not able to just yet, but he's in a prime spot to take the first stock.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you're Impala, you really want to go ahead and get this knockout, but the weapon throw actually allows for Luna to have a little bit more an advantage over Impala. Impala didn't use their options properly to come back to that ledge, and Luna knocks him out of that very first stock.
Yeah, that Nair sent him straight down and getting confirmed with that weapon throw. Not letting Impala recover. Finding the side sig, does that KO just yet? Not quite yet. One more hit and a big commitment from Impala. No weapon now. This is kind of a scary spot.
Yeah, they're getting really, really risky with their options right now. And I mean, they're trying to go unarmed. Now they got that spear. Now they got a little bit more range to kind of work with. Spear dare, side air, stuff like that. But they also can be very, very careful. Luna going in with the guitars. And that side air knocks that far off the map, Clem? What the heck?
I mean, you know, Luna had taken a lot of damage on that stock. And I mean,
yeah,
you know, it was only a matter of time before the stray hit would KO, but it's still looking pretty scary if you're Impala right now, because Luna's got a very, very tight grip on this lead right now. And I mean, I don't know, this set has been a tale of whoever can get that first stock and keep their advantage. You know, like they're pushing momentum super hard. No one has been able to make a comeback yet. So we're going to have to see if someone can really break that mold, or if it's just going to be whoever takes the first stock ends up winning the set.
Well, and I think right now, if you're Impala, you gotta be like, okay, well, what can I find? I mean, they're just having such a difficult time finding that momentum. And that momentum is what's really building up for Luna. And the more that he has center control, where he's able to stick on the platform and get that damage build up, the longer he's going to be able to go ahead and win. But Impala really needs to take that away from him if they possibly can, and use those bow combos to their advantage as well. And that's another weapon that needs platform control to do damage build up, is bow, right? So we'll kind of have to see. I mean, we're getting into the, what is it, like 2-minute 40-second mark, and Impala finally comes in, knocking out Luna's second stock, but makes it even. But are they going to be able to pull it off to make sure they go in the next game?
I mean, we're gonna have to see. Just Impala needs to try and find like proof that he can make the comeback. I mean, if he just, it looks good so far, finding 3 straight hits, connecting into 4. He's pushing advantage super hard. He brings it back pretty close. And I mean, it is neck and neck right now.
Yeah.
Finds the daylight Sair, pushes the offstage. Can he find the Sair? Finds the Sair. Not able to confirm it just yet, but it's so close.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna knock, but Impala opens an option to Luna for him to swap to a different weapon, which is gonna be guitars. We might see a down signature, neutral signature. We'll kind of have to see. Sider comes in by
catches.
Luna. The weapon
This
throw
weapon throw
lands!
confirms.
Luna taking that game. Oh my goodness.
Impala coming so close to bringing that back, but just not able to find that kill again. I don't know what it is, but he needs to be able to close out those stocks, and just unfortunately, while he can bring it back and he can build up damage very, very well, like he's been getting caught and he hasn't been able to finish it off.
Yeah, this is definitely something that Impala really has to consider, and that was the tiebreaker, right? And I don't know, if you're Impala, you gotta be like, I gotta grab that weapon. But Luna is kind of realized the mindset of Impala right now, and just been weapon starving him like crazy, because he knows that Impala's gonna have a rough time approaching with unarmed.
Yeah, and I mean, this weapon starve is very scary. He's already built up almost half a stock's worth of damage, and he continues to find more. But Impala he has a spear now. He's a little more safe. I feel like there's a chance that he can make it back. I mean, Impala has not really found many like reads on the spear. I don't know. I feel like he might need to pick up the bow right now and try and just bring it back in that way, but maybe speaking too soon.
I don't know. We'll have to kind of see. But right now, Impala does have Luna in the orange of that first stock. Spear dare, misses the helicopter ground pad. Luna with the punish, but Impala is still able to come back, realizing that Luna kind of needed that weapon, just barely missed the placement of that down signature. And Luna's now on guitars, has a couple different options with them. And that's going to be a signature launch of Impala. Impala is still alive, but a Graticular downlight in the side air lands. Impala's off the ledge. And Luna just kind of allows for Impala to come back to the ledge a little bit, but doesn't take advantage of it at the right time. And Luna comes in with that blaster signature to go ahead and take that lead.
Yeah, really covered the ledge very well, not letting Impala get back up. But this game is still close. There is still hope. And I mean, that delay recovery, not KOing just yet, but putting Luna ever so closer to getting the KO'd. But I don't know. Just needs to get the KO. If he can find this KO without much damage, it'll be very big for him. But unfortunately, Luna is just not letting him find it.
And Impala's just having a rough time knocking out with that bow. I mean, I think they're just having a rough time landing it properly. They're throwing out the proper attacks they need to, but just not timing it right.
Oh.
And Luna knocks himself out of that first stock. This is what Impala needs to go and make this go into game number 5.
Luna forgetting that he has to touch the ground to reset and just sending himself off the stage. You love to see it. But then again, he still has a very big lead, and this is Impala's, like, he needs to win this game to keep it stay in winner's side. So, you know, he needs to bring this back. And I mean, Luna is just not letting him get close. Even after SDing his first stock, he is keen on finishing off Impala's second stock, and he is pushing the advantage ever so harder in this game number 4 right here.
Yeah, Impala really needs to get this knockout option right now. He needs to get this damage built. Very nice job, Luna, going into the orange. And Impala needs to get the signature knockout option on the Luna whenever he can, or get some sort of side air option as well. Is also an option for him, but we'll see. Impala with the backward side air with bow. Luna trying to come back with it, get that center of control so you get more damage build up, but Impala's just letting him get it until we see that dare come in. And Luna's on the ledge. Impala's trying to bait him into different things. But he should be using that time to his advantage. He still has 5 minutes remaining in this game. And we'll have to kind of see what happens. But Impala comes in with a bow side air. Luna's off that ledge. The dare comes in. Is now one stock all. And Impala needs to get the damage build up now, whether it be with blasters or with spear.
Yep, and I mean, last game we did see a comeback in damage from Impala. He was able to really bring it back super hard, and it looked like he could almost have taken that game. So there's a chance. You know, you can't count him out. But the thing is that right now it's looking very good for Luna. He finds another read, and he keeps the weapon starve going. But, and again, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see. It's so neck and neck right now. I feel like just Luna just needs to find the D-Light or even an N-Sig, and it'll probably KO. But Impala just. Oh wow! And that
Luna
takes it.
Luna taking that game, man, and winning that set 3-1. Impala was starting to be able to read him, but just could not get out of that downlink into recovery knockout option. And Luna doing very, very well of winning that set and advancing into the grand finals, where we'll want to kind of see who he will be facing here in a little bit. But props to Luna on going ahead and really taking that center platform control. And even if we go on to the replays here a little bit that you guys just watched, that was a very nice overall control of Luna, really having center control, saying, hey, let's go ahead, do a lot of damage to guitars. And we see actually 250 damage from Luna with those guitars, which actually kind of surprises me, because realistically, that's how they were getting that control there, Clem.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the weapon throws on Luna's side, you can tell that, one, he's been throwing his weapon a lot, but not only that, he's also been weapon starving. Right? Like, a lot of those weapon throws came from weapon starves, where he was just able to, like, keep Impala from getting a weapon and just, you know, able to just punish him for it. And I mean, you look at Impala has double Luna's unarmed damage. And I mean, it just goes to say, like, that weapon starving is just, it really, really makes a difference, because you can get so much unanswered damage, and it can just really give you the momentum to win a game.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, I mean, we had the players hopping in the room are ready to go, and looks like we might still see Sandstorm with that Diana probably tonight. And I think realistically, you and me probably already know, Clem, that Raydish is gonna be playing that Petra.
Yeah, it's kind of a classic pick. The only time you might ever see him switch is maybe to like a Tezca, but you know, Radish, Petra, one of the same. You come to expect this. I mean, looking at it right now, I feel like matchup-wise, both these characters are somewhat even, because, you know, if Radish can find a way to get in stack and get in close with Sandstorm, it will make a huge difference, and he'll be able to find huge confirms, huge punishes, probably. Depends on, like, what he whiffs, of course, naturally. But if Sandstorm can just find the right moves, maybe get a D-Light N-Sig on Bo, like, it can just really, he can take games fast with Diana. Diana's one of those characters where if you're not paying attention, those Bo Sigs will catch you lacking. And, like, killing it, like, or KOing an orange, very, like, it's bad. It's bad. I lost at San Diego to one. Yeah, not good, man.
With that being said, I mean, we're going into Radish versus Sandstorm right now, both showing championship titles. One from 2023, one from 2021, and we'll kind of have to see what happens as we go into game number 1 here and see what happens. I mean, Sandstorm's on a Diana. He is trying a different legend compared to what we're used to seeing him on, just to practice for Dallas, which is going to be coming up here in just roughly about a month. So we'll kind of see what happens. Radish having his gauntlets, using them very, very well against Sandstorm. And look at the control from Radish on Sandstorm right now.
Wow, risky ground pound coming out from Radish. And a D-Sig, as I was saying, catches him in orange, not able to find the KO, but that was very, very scary. That was, my heart just dropped. But otherwise, Radish getting in this air, getting stage control, the side sig. Whiffing the GC side light, catching another side light though. And I mean, Radish is looking really good. All he has to find is like one quick Sair, maybe a side light Sair, and he'll be able to find that KO. Not just yet, maybe.
I don't know, but right now, Radish coming in with that underarm down signature off the ledge, knocking out Sandstorm with that first stock. But I do have to say, I do like how these players are doing their damage build-up in strides. Like we saw Radish come in with that fantastic bow off the ledge, and then now we're seeing Sandstorm coming with this triple bow light attack in the middle of the air, and then possibly knocking out Radish, but mistiming that signature.
Yeah, I mean, both these players have been finding very, very, like, a lot of unanswered hits, and then, like, it's like they're both taking turns just, like, comboing each other. I mean, Sandstorm finding that kick-up recovery, and I mean, he's not in a terrible spot for a Diana player, but one thing you have to notice is that when you're playing against Petra, that high force on those string weapons, your stock gets, like, terminated fast. So, we're gonna have to see if Sandstorm can really find those big openings that he needs to try and bring it back.
Yeah, for sure, and we'll kind of have to see what happens, but right now, Sandstorm's coming in with those blasters and starting to turn things a little bit more even into their favor, but Ray's going to have to really move around out of this blaster attack ranges if he wants to go ahead and get this knockout option.
Wow, side light Sair catching. I mean, for a while there, Sandstorm was really able to keep Raydish out, right? He was able to push the advantage with those side lights and those Sairs and just those nairs and just not really let him get a chance to come in. So he's got momentum, but the thing is he's still losing. So if Radish finds a big string like this right here, it is very, very scary for him. Side light Sair connecting, and he's put into the orange. D-Sig, not spiking him off stage, but he finds a Sair after. And I mean, not looking great. D-Sig catches, and I mean, Radish is looking good to take that first game. Wow.
Yes! What the heck did we just watch?
Wow.
I mean, that was a two stock out of fucking nowhere coming in from Radish on the Sandstorm, and now Radish is up 1 over Sandstorm after the second half of that game.
Yeah, like, you know, Sandstorm was looking very confident in that comeback on that second stock. Then Radish took that stock and said, nah, you're not coming back. Like, I'm sorry. And then just proceeded to own him for the next whole stock. And, you know, Sandstorm unfortunately whiffs that GC side sig and gets punched with the ground pound. And we're going back to Demon Island. So both players want to keep on playing on this map. So we're going to have to see. Sandstorm with a very interesting option there.
Yeah,
but
I think
he's still got a bit of a lead, finding 2 Sairs. Ooh, but he's forcing himself off stage.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
He's just edge guarding someone. He's just trying to get the ground pound options on the Sandstorm. Sandstorm realizing that, come back to the platform. Silent jump cider.
1,000 hours on Petra.
Yeah.
Anyways, Sandstorm finding the end light, not able to find the read, but it is very, very close right here. I mean, whoever's gonna take this first stock, it's gonna be very, very good for them. But then again, both these players, Sandstorm with a dash Sair, very, very solid. You know, he gets a weapon star if he's playing blasters. At low HP, he gets the true combo of D-Light, Dare, Nair. I mean, he might be looking for it, but look right here, as said. And I mean, Radish finding the Sair, he's gonna trying to close it out very quick. Finds the side sig, and it is very close to even now.
Yeah, for sure. And Radish kind of said, you know what? Let's make it a little bit more even here, and trying to get an advantage over Sandstorm with that orb, but it started to build up a little bit. Sandstorm's now in the orange. seeing Sandstorm trying to use those blasters a little bit, trying to get in the momentum of them to really prove like, hey, I can go ahead and counter Orb. But Orb's just such an aggressive weapon overall that can fit in the slots of blasters. For example, when you do that silent, there is a little bit more of an open space between the legend and the attack of blasters. But as I say, that Raydish coming in with that knockout option on the Sandstorm and knocking Sandstorm into the second stock.
Yeah, he just threw it at him, just tossing it, letting him know. But, I mean, you know, he's gonna be trying to push that advantage, trying to get that damage with that high damage Petra. But I mean, Sandstorm's gonna be looking to close it out. It's gonna be hard though. I mean, Radish, every time he finds a string, it just leads to him taking at least like 30, 40 damage. And you really don't want to be doing that. And even further, he's just refusing to get KO'd.
Yeah, and it's coming down to the point of Radish now coming in with those gauntlets, Sandstorm coming in with that bow side air, and just trying to find some knockout options. Radish coming in with that granite cancel neutral signature with those gauntlets. And now Radish is up 2 over Sandstorm. This is game number 3. This might be a 3-0 in favor of Radish.
See, Radish is he's just confident, you know, like he's just punishing Sandstorm. Sandstorm is missing a move, and then Radish is just like dash jump staring, or gets a very big punish onto that recovery and just GCN6. He's just finding the right moves at the right times, and I mean, it's just leading to him just finding these just good KOs. His damage build has been good with these orb nairs and the like soft spot dodge reads, all this stuff. It's like he's able to just build a really solid lead, but it's not over yet. This is Sandstorm. He needs to win this game. We're gonna have to see what happens, but it really comes down to whoever just finds those huge openings.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, this is a very big advantage in favor of Raydish. If you're Sandstorm, you gotta be like, okay, I gotta land those blaster attacks. You gotta get some downlight into recovery, and we're seeing Raydish now down in that second stock, but it makes me kind of wonder, like, we've been seeing that so much tonight, if that might get nerfed for blasters in the near future.
Yo, it's one of those things where, like, the high speed really makes it a tighter window. So, like, if you're playing a character like Brawlhalla who has 5 speed, that wouldn't hit true. But fortunately, he is on the Diana. It catches. Ooh, and now this lead just doubled for Sandstorm very quickly. And I mean, scary. You never really want to go down after being up 2 oaks. All the pressure is on you. So hopefully Radish can find his way back in, but Sandstorm looking very confident and poised to take this game number 3.
Well, it's funny too, because that Sandstorm combo that he had with the bow and the weapon throws involving the blaster weapon throws and stuff like that led to Raydish losing that second stock, and the momentum going into Sandstorm's favor. But Raydish now having an opportunity of taking it, gets that lovely orb there, and Sandstorm's down to the second stock. But can he reverse 3 stock Sandstorm though? That's the real question.
I mean, I think so. It's possible.
There
Never discount Radish, as we see right now. Oh my gosh! Wow! Wow! Just absolutely throwing him down to the blast zone. Just letting him know that he just can't have that lead. Radish is just not letting him. He just said no.
That's the way you go and get a knockout too. Going off that ledge.
Wow.
You know Sandstorm's feeling the pressure now. You know Raydish is in his element. But will Sandstorm go ahead and take this advantage? We'll have to see. It comes down to how well Sandstorm uses that downlight in the recovery option on Demon Island. But it is Demon Island though, Clem.
If Sandstorm can keep finding these stairs, the delay recovery not going to KO just yet. But he managed to pick up the blasters though, fortunately. Misses the side sig. This is looking scary. He needs to find that one hit. He needs to find that jump Sarah. He needs to find that delay. But can he do it against Radish's orb? Because Radish is ready to punish with a Sarah at any time, really. Ground pound raw. Just letting him know not to cross him up. And the delay Sarah catching, closing out the game after that huge comeback from Radish. I mean, you know, you'd be happy if you're Sandstorm taking that game. But the thing is that, like, Radish has that confidence where he just, like, he knows that he can do that, right? So this is scary, you know? Holy smokes.
He was locked in. He knew Sandstorm was going to be impulse jumping up and just bam, knocked him out. That second stock knockout was extremely clean, but then we see Sandstorm coming with a downlight side air, knocking things out. But we're not going to game number 4. And we're on Small Fortress Alliance. Now the downlight recovery will land on this map a lot easier. Now it's going to favor Sandstorm right now. And we saw that in Demon Island last game, but the ceiling was just a little bit too high for Sandstorm to go ahead and get that knockout option.
Yeah, and I mean, this map is pretty good for Orb as well, because side lights there on High Force Orb is always very, very scary. So on a map with short walls, like Small Fortress Alliance, I mean, it is very, very, very prevalent. So we're going to have to see what happens. So far, Radish with a slight lead, but Sandstorm quickly answering in damage.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, we're seeing Rage come in with those gauntlets, swaps over to Orb, tries to get the neutral signature knockout option on the Sandstorm, but Sandstorm missing that dare, allowing for Rage to launch him to the side. Sandstorm approaching, Rage with the counter side air option, trying to get a knockout option. The gauntlet neutral comes in, and Sandstorm is now down into that second stock. And Radish is getting aggressive, man. I'm liking the gameplay so far.
It's running him down. He's feeling confident. And I mean, it is working so far. He's been able to find those hits, but Sandstorm looking for the D-Sig, the heavy options. Radish dropping another side lights there. And Sandstorm quickly getting the punish. I mean, Sandstorm just needs to find that one move. It's one of those things where Radish is just getting this huge lead, and you really don't want this to happen, because if you lose this game of Sandstorm, you're out. That's it. So he needs to make a good comeback, because Radish is taking control of this game fast.
Dude, one of them missed downlight. I forget which one it was, but someone dropped sidelight into side air as well. So I don't know. Sandstorm is down at 3/4 of a stock over Radish. He's now able to build his damage up. We'll kind of have to see what happens, but Radish is now being aggressive with the unarmed, trying to find an option knockout option on Sandstorm. That sidelight side air is just true of an option to go and take advantage of.
Yeah, and once again, that sidelights there, the tried and true KO combo of Orb. But I mean, Sandstorm was looking very strong on the blasters for a second there on that second stock. So there is signs of life, but Radish is quick to try and put those out, as he does not want to go game 5. He wants to close this out right now.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, if you're Sandstorm, you're like, hey, I need to get this damage build up into a knockout and just go crazy. But here's the thing, he's not done what Rage has done tonight when it comes down to these combo options off the ledge. He's kind of having to approach a lot more with blasters because he doesn't fully know those ranges yet, and we're kind of seeing that here. He's trying to go in for these side airs and stuff like that, but the hitboxes are so small, it's very hard to land from any point of view. But we do get a dare by Sandstorm. We do see a downlight recovery. That spacing was fantastic, and now Radish is down to that final stock there, Cologne.
Yeah, really, really good spacing out of Sandstorm. Good little punish there, but again, he's against that high force. A lot of things will KO right here. Radish has been looking for these very heavy options, but, you know, missing the confirm there, unfortunately. And he's got the orb now. He has to worry about that Sair. Like, very, very scared. It's not like Sair catching, and that is it. Ooh, Radish. Just closing it out 3-1. Just, you know, doing his thing. The one game that he lost, he almost brought it back. It was a very, very good showing from Radish. Overall, he had a lot of control in that set. I mean, he just pushed the advantage. Whenever he was down, he was always really, really working hard to make that comeback. You know, it was just a really good show of heart. Nothing really to say.
Indeed, and Radish overall doing very, very well, taking control of the leads that they were offered. And it seemed like Sandstorm was just, and realistically, I remember he was talking about it being a new weapon for him, or a new legend. I mean, those siders with blasters were very, very hard to land, and when you're countering stuff like Radish's orb and gauntlet, they're just so aggressive, so powerful with force that it's gonna knock you out very quickly. So I think Radish definitely going in with his gauntlets and orbs did very, very well against Sandstorm, and overall really showed what gameplay Radish can provide in the Brawlhalla scene, and got that 3-1. So I'm happy for him. Very, very happy for Radish. And Radish now is going against Impala next up on stream, and this is gonna be cool. I can't wait to kind of see how this will play out, because you have Radish, who's more of a Petra player. You get Orb and Gauntlet going against Impala, who's playing blasters, or not blasters, spear and bow. There we go. And and based off of how Impala countered Luna in the winter side, maybe those blasters might come and play a little bit more, but Same time, the main thing Impala ran into was close range gameplay, which was those guitars. So maybe we see that Radish orb a little bit coming in from Radish, but we'll kind of have to see what happens.
It's a bit different now because he's going to be playing against a glass cannon, right? So same about speed, but the defense, you know, he will be able to find those KOs easier. And I mean, one of the things that Impala was struggling with when he was playing against Lucian was really find that KO, right? So now that he's playing against a low defense character, maybe that will be the difference maker. I mean, we're just going to have to see. 2 level 100 players on their characters respectively. You know, both these players have mastered, well, not mastered, but really learned their characters in depth. So it's going to be a great showing of just, you know, their time in this game.
Yeah, you're not just seeing the level 100, you're seeing the experience when it comes down to combo build-ups and really knowing each weapon by themselves. And we're going into this game, Impala the world champion, Raydish the winter champion. I mean, let's see what happens as we go into game number 1 between Raydish and Impala. Let's see what happens here in Core Clash 1v1s.
Starting off, Radish find that first weapon and quickly building a lot of combo, going for an ambitious ground pound read. Not finding it, but still. Starting off well, but it is just about even, you know. Damage buildup looks slow so far, but can Raydish find the same confirms, the same huge damage build? No, he cannot. Getting confirmed by Impala very quickly with the bow. That ground pound finding him, taking out his recovery, and just knocking him out in orange. That was a very quick first stock, AJ.
Indeed, that was very, very quick coming in out of Impala, feeling a lot more comfortable going against Raydish. And I mean, if you're Impala, you're definitely feeling comfortable. But as I say that, I mean, Raydish kind of yoinks him down to the ledge a little bit, but Impala's still up by an entire stock there, Clem.
This is a crazy Impala. Impala is seeing red right now. He is just pressing, he's just moving forward towards Raydish like an unstoppable object and just crashing into him. And he's hitting all his moves. Like, typically you'd see Impala, you know, bait a lot of moves and stuff, but right now he's just running at him, finding all the moves he needs, and it is looking absolutely insane. Will Radish take a stock? The ground pound finding him in orange, and that KO, that is just a minute 15 seconds. The speed running. What, like,
that's the 3 stock though.
He saw red.
He did see red. He saw it in his eyes. His eyes were fucking bleeding, but still was able to get the knockout options on the Radish. And
oh my gosh,
that was just a very, very overall clean knockout option coming out of them. And with that being said, we're going to game number 2. We're on Apocalypse, and Radish really needs to find some type of way against Impala's aggression right now.
Yeah, I just don't think anybody can take this guy to Small Brawlhaven. What happens there? That's just like, that's the second time in a row we've just seen that, like, someone takes him Small Brawlhaven game 1, gets thrashed, and then they're on APOC. I mean, we're gonna have to see how it changes, because last time this was a really good change, and Luna was able to really capitalize off the big map. But we're gonna have to see how that changes for this set. Impala finding the ground pound very early. Can he confirm it? Not quite able to. Finds the Sair. Looking very scary for Radish right here.
It is. It's coming down to Impala is being aggressive, but not too aggressive. He's like, hey, I'm going to bait you into things, and then I'm going to be aggressive a little bit. Like, his aggression changes as he goes against Radish's different attacks here. But as I say that, Radish coming in with a double ramp out knockout there onto Impala, and Radish is up a little bit over Impala here. And this is what you want if you're Radish, but you got to make sure you keep that advantage as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good. You know, he took his first stock this set. Very important. And I mean, you know, he's looking very solid in this game too. A lot more confident than he was last game, you know. Impala not really finding the same success when he runs at him at this time. I don't know what happened mid-set, but the adaptation so far has been very solid coming out from Raydish. Able to keep the lead going. And I mean, he's just pushing Impala into orange and almost KO percent right now. It's looking very, very good if you're Raydish.
It's always funny because whenever we have our fantastic sets on Moose Wars' tournament streams, it always comes down to a 3-stock by someone and then the opponent coming in with the comeback. And we're seeing that now with the Radish with this fantastic edge guard ground pound knockout onto Impala. And now we have Radish bleeding in his eyes. Will Impala take the advantage with that bow? We'll have to see. Oh, we do. Bow dare.
They're catching. But still, Raydish taking that first game and just saying, hey, I'm going to fight back now. And all of a sudden he's doing very, very well. Hopefully he can keep this advantage state going, because right now he's looking very solid and he's building up a lot of good damage, finding the aerials he needs, and so far it's been working on this APOC pick. But we're gonna have to see, will the maps change, will anything change, or will Impala come back from this in the second game right here? I mean, we're just gonna have to see as time moves on.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, we're 2 minutes and 30 seconds in. Raydish has the lead. I don't know what's going to happen. Recovery coming in. Neutral air. Going in for a ground pound. I think that was more of a missed input, but still, I think Impala's just kind of running into a lot of these attacks. Nice getting out of the momentum. Nice side by Raydish, though, getting it back. We have a down signature. Nice dodge by Impala, but the side comes in onto Impala. Raydish with the edge guard opportunity. Impala coming in with that very, very nice Kaya signature.
Looking like Acno. Wow.
Yeah.
Same. That was flashbacks to Acno. But anyways, Impala looking good in the comeback, but the Sarah catches it out. Not really able to close it out. Radish with a clean 2-stock, but Impala still has signs of life. We're going to have to see him on these smaller maps now, because he banned APOC. He does not want to go back there. And I honestly think it's a great decision. I think he should try and focus on like the smaller maps, because even when he's been able to find the KO and push that advantage, he has been winning very well. But it's just the moment he starts struggling to find that KO and he starts getting like stringed super hard, it's just it snowballs super hard, right? And it's never really what you want to be dealing with.
And now we are going into our fourth game here, and our next game here, and Raydish is still on that Petra. You still see Impala on that Kaya, but right now, if you're both these players, you gotta consider these platforms a lot more too. With Miami Dome having 2 stationary platforms and having a pretty decent ceiling here on the map, it can lead into a lot of different options, a lot of early knockout options when it comes down to recoveries and anything that knocks off that ceiling of this map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of orb players be very comfortable with the Miami pick, as it leads to some very good ledge cancel combos just naturally on orb. But I mean, we've seen Impala also pick Miami Dome a lot, so it's one of his comfort picks. I mean, this map is normally a pretty safe and like even map, and so far it's been going even, but Impala catching the jump out of the side light, almost finding that KO. But I mean, still pretty even, but it's looking solid for Impala. Hopefully he can find a KO soon. The weapon throw into D-Light Sair. Wow. Very clean confirm. Wow. Very, very solid. Taking that first stock of Radish.
Yeah, and if you're Radish now, you gotta be like, uh-oh, I gotta kind of change things around. I want to have this advantage going against Impala going into the next game here, and you just don't want that pressure to be on you. And with Radish, it comes down to him. I mean, if he has the advantage, he does very, very well. But when he's a lot of pressure on him, especially when it comes down to his final stock knockout options, we've always seen kind of more of a weakness kind of show out. So if you're Impala, you gotta be like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and attack you right now. I'm going to take advantage of how you do in those game 4, game 5 situations and do the best that I can. But I don't know. Rage is going to really go in for this knockout option as best they possibly can. You're going to see him be a lot more aggressive and try to go for a lot more counters. That recovery comes in, and Impala's knocked out on that first stock. And I don't know. I think if you're Impala, you kind of have to see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's looking very, very even so far. While Impala took that first stock, Radish is quickly fighting back. While he may be down a little bit of damage, pretty quick to respond to that. But he burns his dodge. Scary spot, but not really letting anything come to be. But Impala find the end light slowly but surely, building that lead ever more. But you know, he just needs to find the KO, right? That's what we're gonna have to see. If he can find it, it'll be really, really good, and he'll continue to push the advantage. But just Radish is just not really falling to any of the hits.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, this is kind of what Radish wants. I mean, he really, really does. He wants to make it a lot more even, and then get this a little bit of advantage as he possibly can, because then you feel you're gonna know Impala's gonna feel the pressure of that final stock, and I think a lot of times that's what Raydish is really good at punishing, is when the opponent is really in a rough time and trying to be able to get their grasp of everything that's going on. And I don't know, it is going back and forth right now, and it's anyone's advantage here. Who's gonna take it though? It's kind of come down to a sidelight. Oh, the recovery misses!
There catches. Wow.
And Impala comes in with the neutral air, and Radish is down to the final stock there, Collab.
really solid dodge coming out from Impala, avoiding the recovery and catching that quick nair, securing the KO, and now he's in the same spot as he was on that first stock. Hopefully he can build it into some more damage, but unfortunately the Sair connecting from Raydish. He's going to look for a dare maybe. Side sig mixes it up, had me completely lost on that. Now it is dead even, and he's got the weapon starve. Looking very good on the orb. Finding a Sair, hopefully hoping to like build more damage. Finds another Sair. Nothing really, just a bunch of stray hits, no huge extensions just yet.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Silent Cider comes in from Radish, and we're seeing Impala trying to be like, hey, I want to take that center control. Because that's what he needs for bow. He needs that center control for that bow damage build up. And you're seeing Radish kind of say, hey, you're going to that ledge. I do not want you there. I do not want you on that center control. I want to go and take that away from you. And you're seeing Raydish kind of doing these side airs, kind of leading him off the edge and all these different things and trying to punish. I mean, Raydish also has a down signature that's very, very powerful when it comes down to but so does Impala. Impala using that is trying to get this knockout option on Raydish, but it's very, very close for knockout option there, Clem.
Yeah, it's very, very close. I mean, this is pretty scary. I mean, Raydish finding the Sair on Orb. Orb typically has the advantage here, but one good move from Bo, if he can find the juggle with a Nair or an End Light, it'll be very big, but the Sair catches. Not KOing just yet, but one more of those. Probably take home, but it's another side sig. Wow. Just Raydish letting them rip on ledge, and they have been connecting. Just, wow. I typically do not see people really get hit by those that much, but Radish has just been using them at the perfect time today.
Yeah, and I think right now, I mean, that side signature, even when he was coming back to platform, he knew Impala was going to try to jump back on platform and be like, hey, I have center control. I can go ahead and land something when it comes to a spear, but this Radish knew was one step ahead of Impala in that game number 3, but we're now going to game number 4. Impala still on that Kaya that we know them for. And see what happens as we go over to Small Brawlhalla. And if you're Radish, you're like, if Radish beats Impala on this, I think he's gonna go crazy for the next game. But I don't know. I mean, this is Impala's map, in my opinion.
Just he's got to have a good first stock, otherwise he'll start having flashbacks to game 1. And that's just really that's not what we want to see. So far so good. He's got a weapon control. Now it's Orb Bow. Both players on their respective weapons they're very comfortable in. And it's so far Impala just feeling good on Small Brawlhalla. Going for some big options. Punished with a ground pound. Can he confirm it? Another ground pound. Might KO. D-Sig misses. Covered by the ground pound, and it KOs. What a very good offstage confirm. Just not letting Impala breathe for a second. Covering his options and just getting a very, very solid early KO.
It's funny because like Raydish just had every single knockout option controlled off that ledge with that orb. And now if you're Impala, you can be like, hey, I still have my momentum. Let's go and go forward with something. It's a silent. I mean, he's getting very comfortable with that unarmed, even though he's not using it a whole lot. He's very comfortable going against Raydish right now, which is kind of surprising me.
Right. I mean, Impala's looking pretty confident right now. I don't think he's too rattled by that first stock, but he really just finding those nairs, evens it up ever so slightly, but he still has a bit of a damage deficit to build up and catch up from. But, I mean, it's not the end of the world, and Radish is on gauntlets. This is typically kind of where you want him, because if you looked at the damage in the last games, it is all orb focus. His gauntlets are kind of cold right now. I don't know how much he's been using them in this last set, so we're gonna have to see if he can really make use of them. But
for sure, but right now Radish has that control. Neutral Light coming in, and Impala's off that ledge. It looks like realistically he's just trying to keep Impala off that ledge so much. I've been saying that a lot. But as soon as they come back to platform, Silent Cider comes in. Nice little bow combo coming in from Impala, trying to get these follow-up options on the Radish, but the dodge reads coming in from both players have been fantastic.
Impala avoiding the orb hits very, very well, just playing around the space, trying to find those stray hits, missing the Sair and getting punished with an End Light. This might sign the end of his second stock, but he finds a side light into Ensei. It doesn't KO just yet, but it sets him up very, very well. He's got the weapon starve. Radish finding that unarmed side light, not letting him get the KO just yet. D-Light recovery, does that confirm it? That does! Impala taking the lead for the first time this game, and I mean, if he takes this game, it'll be pushing to a game 5, so he's looking to keep this momentum. Radish whiffing a side sig. I mean, I don't know. This is looking very tense, AJ.
It is. It's going to come down to how fast Raydish can get this knockout option onto Impala and how well he's able to really show the force that he can and lead Impala off that ledge, because that's how he's been winning these games, is making sure these players go off the ledge and don't have to really have this control. And Raydish gets that side air knockout onto Impala, has a little bit of a disadvantage, but if all it comes down to is really keeping Impala without a weapon and off the ledge.
Radish really liking these D6 and these ground pounds today, but so far has the weapon control, might still be behind slightly in damage, but it's not looking that bad right now. Not able to weapon start one more time, gets caught in the juggle though. This might spell the end for Raydish. Side sig catching, and that is going to secure that game 4, and wow, we're going to a game 5 scenario.
Indeed, this is going to go into game number 5 between Impala and Raydish, and they're going over to Apocalypse. We don't see that small Brawlhaven anymore. And I mean, just overall, man, I mean, Impala has just been really showing his gameplay, and I don't know. We're going here. Raydish is going to really want Impala off the ledge. I think Impala, after going 4 games against Raydish, realizes that.
And I mean, that last game, he was avoiding those orb hits so well when he was in red. He was playing very smart around them. So if he can keep that up for this game, he can stop Raydish from getting those good sidelight Sarah KOs and force him into like an uncomfortable position where he's just not able to get a hit. It'll be very good for him. But it really, he's starting off very strong for this game with a slight damage lead onto Raydish. Raydish stuck on the gauntlets again, where we haven't found him with too much success, throwing them away for orb. Smart decision. And I mean, now it's about just as it is every game, the bow into the orb. Who is going to take this game?
Yeah, I don't know, but we'll kind of have to see what happens. Impala coming in with that bow 2-piece, trying to get the dare option on the Raydish. Raydish now having the orb neutral air, tries to do it again. It's a lot of back and forth between these players, and I mean, sidelight coming in from Raydish, Impala trying to get that center control. Just overall though, Impala's been doing a lot better this game of taking center control, gets the neutral light coming in, and now it comes down to the knockout options, which Impala was having a rough time doing with bow, as might go over to spear, gets the neutral light instead. There he goes, swaps over to spear, misses that spear recovery, throws it away,
Disarmed.
Is comfortable with unarmed,
Chases down.
knockout on Raydish.
Wow, just chasing him down with the unarmed. Just very confident, getting hit with the Sarah. No longer the safest spot, but I mean, he just has to find a couple more nairs, maybe 2, and it'll be good. But sidelight Sarah catching, and now looking very scary for Impala. D-Sig not catching just quite yet, but I mean, D-Light Nair KOs. Wow. And so Impala looking confident in this game 5, taking the first stock with a good juggle into the weapon throw, hitting 2 nairs. Can he keep up the momentum?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, right now, Raydish comes in with that sidelight weapon throw, picks up gauntlets again, and tries to get this knockout option. But I mean, both players have been having problems with knockout options, but it looks like Raydish is having a rough time when it comes down to those gauntlets. But that should have knocked out. But Raydish's momentum and movement have been insane tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, Impala's just been going for these ground pounds where he's just letting them rip. I mean, this is one of those things where Raydish got stuck on gauntlets. He was not comfortable on gauntlets in previous games, and he still wasn't this game. It was just kind of a weakness where he got stuck on gauntlets. Impala built a solid lead, and now it's looking kind of scary where Raydish has to find one of those big orb strings that we've seen him do in previous games to just bring it back. I mean, once again, we're on the bow and the orb. They've been trading these last few games, where it's just they trade single hits, not like the most big extensions, so it's looking bad for Raydish. He needs to find that huge opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, this is looking bad for Raydish. He really needs to get Impala off that center control. And now he's doing that sidelight side air onto Impala. Impala comes in that bow 2-piece, but does not knock out, even though it's Apocalypse. Side air coming in. I mean, it just comes down to Raydish really getting these options onto Impala. He may not be able to knock out, but as long as he gets that damage build up, that's the main thing right now there, Clem.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of the opposite of what we've seen last game, where it is instead of Impala avoiding Raydish's orb moves, he goes for a sidelight end, doesn't KO just yet. I thought that would KO, but still, Raydish is bringing it back where he's just refusing to get hit. He's playing out of the zones, and he's spacing it super duper well. He took back the momentum, and it's looking good. He's just to find a sidelight Sair or a Sair. The Nair catches, not KO just yet. Both players just looking for a raw quick aerial. Nair catching on Impala, and once again, Impala maybe a little more rattled than he was that second stock. Because, I mean, Radish brought it back so hard, where this game is neck and neck. Game 5, both players probably feeling the pressure. Impala finding small reads, but not a lot of damage to work with so far.
Yeah, and that looked like it should have possibly knocked out, but I don't know. The sides of this map are pretty far compared to what I'm used to seeing, and if you're gonna be Radish, you've got to get this knockout option. Neutrally comes and does not knock out. We might need a silent sider to confirm. But I think Impala's kind of expecting that a little bit. Radish missed landing that knockout instead. It's one stock all. Game 5, a loser's finals. Who's gonna take it there, Clem?
We're gonna have to see. I mean, Impala's got the damage lead. Radish has the weapon. Both of them, the bow and the orb. The story of this whole set. Which will prevail? Will it be Impala? Will it be Radish? We're gonna have to see. Impala looking confident so far, but Radish looking to fight back. Goes for a D-Sig, going for those big options, but unfortunately they're not connecting. And Impala just finding those stray hits. A Sair, a Nair, a Dare, sidelight D-Sig, and it is just over. Wow. Very, very composed coming out from Impala. That last stock came in, and then all of a sudden, he just took control of the game, found the hits he needed, didn't get hit by the big options that Radish was throwing out, and just took it.
Dude, it just came down to the pressure from final stock. I think Impala knew that if he did not get that aggressive, that they would have possibly not have won that game. And overall, Impala and Radish were neck on neck, but then you see Impala just go crazy on Radish within this last 20 to 30 seconds. And that's how you win that game from Impala, man. I mean, really showing that skill when it comes down to bow, and I think really having a spear as a backup option. But that bow is what they needed to go ahead and win, and they showed that coming in with a 3-2 over Raydish. And hey, I mean, that was an insanely good game. Props to Raydish on really bringing his game play into this. He just needs to really learn to get into that final stock option and deal with the pressure a lot more. But once he does, man, we're going to see him go ahead and win tournaments once again in Moose Wars. But with that being said, our next matchup we have is going to be Luna versus Impala.
The run back.
Indeed. It's going to be grand finals of this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. And I mean, we'll have to go ahead and make sure we have a proper Twitch poll since everyone keeps on asking about it. We'll go ahead and have that for grand finals. And hey, I mean, if you're Impala, you're definitely feeling a lot better going into that and taking that BO5. But let's go ahead and get that running up here. And since it's going to be going into game 5 of grand finals, we might have maybe a code pop up on screen. We do, and it looks like it popped up a Moose Wars avatar on screen for you guys. There you go. We'll be giving away 1 or 2 more throughout this stream, but hey, with that being said, this is grand finals, chat, and I really want to see who wins this in your eyes. We're gonna do who will win this tournament instead of BO5. And how about that? I mean, Clem, who do you think is going to win out of this set between Impala and Luna?
I mean, that really is the question. So one of those things is that Impala, he just came off hot from a game 5. There's 2 elements to that. One, he's either feeling really confident, right? And he's going to run with the momentum. He just had a nail-biter game, but he's feeling good because he managed to clutch it out. Or the exhaustion sets in. Because those games are excruciatingly long. Those game 5 sets, your heart is racing. It's hard to really keep your composure. So at the end of a tournament, you run up all the way to grands from either side. It can be tiring, right? And Impala is one of those players where we have seen him in his dominant runs. He always comes in on winner's side. So on loser's side, we're going to have to see what he can do. Luna was very confident in the winner's side, winner's finals match. And I mean, I think he might take this, but Impala is here to try and prove me wrong. And I'm really excited to see what happens.
Yeah, and we just had Luna and Impala in the winner's side of this bracket going against each other. But now it's going to come down to, can Impala counter the guitars of Luna on center control? And maybe he has to pull something out of Radish's book and keep Luna to the sides of the map and really try to go in for these punishes.
I mean, so far, respect has to be given to Luna's blasters as well, because they've been able to find pretty big openings. But these guitars that we see right now have been really the main character of Luna's, you know, the main weapon, what he's been using to really push advantage on a lot of people. And so far, it's looking pretty even. Luna swapping the blasters, trying to find that KO, but Impala using the spear to just keep his distance and play safe. But no, Somebody has to find that first KO and quick. You know, it's a lot of
Yeah,
stress.
for sure. Well, and here's the thing too. It's kind of funny because we've seen Luna use a lot of signatures in the past when it comes down to really trying to counter Impala. But right now, I mean, down late recovery comes in. That has been the main knockout option by Luna and anyone with blasters almost this entire night. And Impala runs into that combo and now has to be careful because Luna can weapon starve them. They need to make sure they pick up that weapon as fast as they can, just like they did, and get this knockout option.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the big. Oh, this is not good.
Oh, no, Luna.
Wow. Pulling a knees, looking like knees at San Diego. And I mean, you know, it happens because Katars is one of those weapons where you can really lose your jumps very fast and all of a sudden, that's it, right? You mess up your gimp, it's over. He still has a bit of a damage lead, but Impala is looking like, you know, that could be a mental changer. You know, your mindset going through the game could be a bit different after SDing a full stock, but so far, Luna not really faltering, keeping his composure, and really building up that big damage lead.
Yeah, for sure. And when it comes down to, we're going 2 minutes in, Impala's getting really lit up right now. He's able to pick up bow, but Luna knocking out Impala as soon as he's able to pick up a weapon. And I think that weapon starving from Luna might get them to win this tournament because that's one flaw that we're just seeing a lot by Impala. But his unarmed comes in and launches Luna in the orange of that second stock there, Clem.
Yeah, I mean, Impala's unarmed is very impressive, but for some reason, like, the weapon starving still ends up resulting in losses, but his unarmed finds those hits. I mean, so far, he hasn't let Luna build too much of a lead. He's been finding those stray hits, delay recovery connecting, and I mean, soon to find the KO, but he misses another one of those spear sticks and deals with a huge punish for it. This is looking scary. He didn't touch, ground pound, but he touched now, safe just for a bit, but Luna finding the Slayer, trying to confirm the edge guard as quick as possible, committing with a dash from pivot dare. And I mean, Luna just pushed a huge advantage. Dealer recovery, is that going to take it out? Not quite just yet, but he's poised to take this game number 1, AJ.
He is, and with that being said, and we're seeing Impala trying to do something, gets that side air option on the Luna with the weapon throw knockout, possibly here. Downlink recovery will go and confirm that, and Luna goes down to that final stock. But if you're Impala, you've got to get that bow damage build up right now and make sure that Luna is picking up those guitars, and now he's got those guitars. It's gonna be hard.
Decent.
Luna coming in with that fantastic down signature with those guitars, and now Luna took game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that down sig has a humongous hitbox, and so you can get caught by that top hand and it'll just take your stock regardless. Doesn't really care about your feelings. So, you know, Luna taking advantage of Lucian's kit and managing to secure a good KO. Really just a solid, clean, 1-stock game 1. Looking good for a winner side victory. Hopefully he can keep that momentum up, but we're back to APOC. And I mean, in the last, we've seen Impala kind of struggle against Lucian on APOC, but hopefully he can really make the difference on this game.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, if you're both of these players, I mean, Luna is feeling extremely comfortable. I mean, he was willing to knock himself out for a combo knockout option, and Impala's like, hey, we're not doing that anymore. But another thing is, too, Impala hasn't been playing a whole lot of spear against Luna, and now it's just wrecking the heck out of Luna right now.
Yeah, it clicked. Because, I mean, last game, a lot of the reasons why he was taking a lot of damage was because he just whiffed a whole spear sig right in front of Luna. But Luna looking to try and bring it back with these nairs and these quick blasters damage combos. But swapping to the Katars, trying to find that huge option, but not able to find it. And Impala looking confident. Can he find the read off the sidelight? Not quite, but finds the D-Light Sair, and that is going to take Luna's first stock. And he's looking very poised to just keep it going.
Well, it's kind of funny, too, because now Impala's on the bow, and it's like, hey, I want to stick with that bow as much as I possibly can, but I mean, I don't know why, because now he's been doing so well with the spear. Why swap to a weapon that Luna's been able to read you on a lot when it comes down to move? But downlight recovery coming in, and Paul's now down to that second stock, and maybe he wanted to pick up bow, so he got spear on that second stock. That might have also been an option too.
Yeah, that could be. He probably didn't want to be disarmed by a heavy hit, but then again, hopefully he can find that rooting on his spear, because he had a lot of momentum on his spear, but he had to swap to bow. He kind of let that go. Finds a ground pound. Luna having no options. Goes for the D-Sig. Finds a dare after. Can he find the gift? Sair connects. Going for a nair. That hits through the weapon throw somehow. And I mean, not able to secure a gimp, but a lot of damage being found onto Impala on this second stock.
Yeah, and I don't think Impala was really expecting that exchange off the ledge, and now stuck with that bow. Gets that side air option on Luna. Recovery coming in from Luna into a Greg gets a neutral signature. Very, very nice job. Down like,
wow.
oh, recovering the weapon throw. Luna. Oh, Impala got mind gamed by Luna. And Luna is up a half a stock over Impala. And this is definitely not where you want to be if you're Impala.
Yeah, no, it looks really, really good for like Luna, but I mean, you know, he has the spear. His spear was working on that first stock, so hopefully he can find the runing again. And he's building up damage very, very well. So that being said, Luna goes off stage. Does he mess up? Finds the Sair. Can he find the confirmed again? Finds another Sair into a weapon throw and another Sair. Wow. Just,
dude, he did not care what happened. He was going to get that knockout, whether anyone liked it or not. And those guitars, man. Talent recovery by Luna on Impala's first stock. We go in the second stock into an unarmed recovery weapon throw in the jumps. Was it just a mind game, right? And now we go in that final stock side air into Luna just staying alive, and Impala wasn't able to come back to that platform.
yeah, no, Luna was just slapping him with Sair just over and over again. Oh, and he finds the same dodge. He has found that dodge several times against Impala. I don't know if it's a specific thing, but he does the D-light there into the N-light, and it's just been getting a lot of damage. Impala already into the orange on his lat. Like, this is, he needs to win this to stay in the tournament, because otherwise it's going to be a clean 3-0 from Luna.
Yeah, I think Luna is changing their dodge options a lot more. And I think realizing that the dodge option they're taking against Impala's bow is not working out very well, because things are being relatively even here between both these players. And that might be a thing too. Maybe Impala's dodging a certain way against Luna, and Luna's just realized that and said, hey, I'm going to punish it.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not really been letting Impala in. He's been really holding him out with these blasters. These blasters have been finding a lot of success, and then it only gets worse when Luna swaps to the guitars, because against his guitars, he's not safe on stage or off stage. But that being said, Impala finds a D-Sig on ledge, not able to find the confirm with a GC sidelight, but so far, looking strong, looking dead even. D-Light into GC N-Sig on an arm, not KOing, and the weapon throw N-Sig confirming the KO on Impala's first stock. An option using the really big circle hitboxes on that N-Sig to just cover that dodge. It's really good.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, Luna definitely feeling comfortable. If he wins with this game, he wins the entirety of this tournament. But if Impala wins, they go into game number 4. So he's definitely feeling very comfortable. He's realizing Impala doesn't have a weapon. Impala's having to use a lot more of their unarmed, but that's the main thing that Luna's been really reading, is Impala not having a weapon and really starving Impala of those weapons as well. And right now, Luna gets knocked out by not having enough jumps available to them, and Impala getting that first stock knockout.
Yeah, and I mean, this kind of looks like the same sort of like stocks and damage that we've been seeing throughout this whole set. So Impala really needs to just mix it up. Hopefully he can really bring it back or just find that damage. He's slowly building up that damage in that orange himself with Luna in that dark yellow. I mean, it's close. He just needs that opportunity. He goes for it and he misses, and he gets punished with the blasters there into weapon throw. And now Luna with a stock lead onto Impala. Impala's on his tournament stock right here. He needs to do something to try and bring this back.
He does, and if Luna keeps on weapon starving him, Luna will take this game. And right now, Impala's being too aggressive with unarmed. He's not focused on picking up that weapon, and Luna is punishing it right now, because now we have Impala in the yellow of that first stock.
Oh, that might be it. That might be it.
Oh, no! Taking this set 3-0, and Luna is your Moose Wars Coral Clash 1v1 champion with a fantastic combo knockout. And let's pop up those replays, Clem, because those replays were just insane.
Yeah, no, I mean, Luna right there just sees that Impala doesn't have options on guitars and just starts beating him up, right?
Yeah.
Just taking advantage of just Impala being defenseless. And it's just, you know, it happens against guitars. He gets hit with the Sair, it takes his recovery, and it's just really scary spot to be in against guitars. Most of the time you're getting confirmed, and that nair into jump Sair into Sair, just to just, you know, drive it home that he was winning that tournament. Had to let him know.
Dude, and that's a way to do it, man. Luna, I mean, just did not want to go into that reset. He didn't even want to fake it. He's like, my guitars are good. They're rating Impala, and I'm reading the weapon pickup options on Impala. And it was just very clear, especially going in winners finals. And even we saw it in losers, like, what was it? Losers final when Radish was really playing. The edge guarding on off ledge and his weapon starving was the main thing that Impala was getting red on. And Luna just took full throttle on that and just won that game. And here's the thing though, it was going well until those like final like stocks where Impala felt that pressure. Luna knew that. He felt comfortable. I mean, in the beginning of this set, he was willing to go in for crazy stuff to knock out anyways, and just really did a very good job with that. And that's what you call, that was a fantastic 3-0 and fantastic grand finals.
Yeah, no, just a really good set coming out from Luna. Impala putting up a fight, but unfortunately not enough to take a game off of Luna. You know, at the end there, we saw those weapon starves coming into play with Impala being unarmed and just getting, you know, gimped by guitars. It just happens, right? Where those weapon starve scenarios have been just, Luna is just very good at the weapon starve scenarios. He pushes it to his advantage, and he just really takes controls of game. And I mean, you know, when it's you need to win this game, right? Game 3 grand finals, the person's up 2-0 and you're getting weapon starved against guitars. That's a brutal situation, right? It's just never fun. So really difficult spot to be in, and Luna, you know, just closing it out, finding the 3-0 and not dropping a set throughout the whole entire tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And Luna was really being powerful, and he was going against, I mean, he did lose one game in winners final against Impala. But as soon as Luna had that read on the weapon pickup and the edge guarding that you really needed to do. And here's the thing, I mean, Impala's Kaya is fantastic, but they were prioritizing that bow. And that bow just needs platform control to really get the damage build up. But so does Luna's guitars, and that overall center control went to Luna just based off how he was playing. He knew what Impala needed to do. He knew what he needed to do to get the damage build up and catch Impala off guard. And with that being said, Luna winning another Moose Wars event, Impala going crazy. And same thing with Raydish and Sandstorm. They're going crazy. And I think this is going to be a fantastic event coming up in May. And for those that do not know, Moose Wars will be hosting another online event in May. And we might be hosting a offline event in Pennsylvania in June. So wait on more information about that. But with that being said, man, I mean, Clem, how do you think about this event overall, my man?
Just some really great games, you know, some nail biter sets, some sets that had you sitting in your chair for 30 minutes, you know, just in shock, just at what was happening. Shouts out to the players. You know, it takes a lot to compete at the top level in Brawlhalla. You know, sometimes you have to be prepared to wait your time. And so just really, really great sets. Bunch of 3-0s, bunch of game 5s, bunch of 3-1s, just, you know, some good brawling today. Just no complaints, just some really good Brawlhalla.
Yeah, and with that being said, I know there was a couple sets that we did see that were pretty long. However, though, they were still insane sets. Also, by the way, Moose Wars avatar in the bottom right corner of the screen. Go ahead and type it out in Brawlhalla. But overall, though, I mean, there were some fantastic sets. We were very, very quick in the beginning of this event. In like, what was it, winners quarterfinals, and also kind of opened my eyes for when it comes down to like future brackets that we might make. I definitely want to make top 32 and see if I can get as many sets BO5 as possible in the future, just because we have these upsets that are happening because of BO3, right? And a lot of people want to prove themselves and try different characters and stuff. So our goal for May, make it BO5 as much as we possibly can, except doing top 12, maybe do top 16 or go into that top 32 range as well. But overall, though, fantastic event. We had a fantastic amount of players in here, a lot of really good overall players in here, and we had a lot of players tonight there, Clem, too, because we had, what was it, like 500, I think 500 attendees in just the 1v1 event.
Yeah, no, great showing, honestly. Really, 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 a lot of people, a lot of competition. Good top 32. Honestly, just really great event overall.
Yeah. So with that being said, do you have anything to say before we hop off there, Clem? Or are we good to go to find someone to raid?
I feel like we might be good to go. I think I've said my piece, you know. I'm happy to be here. Happy to cast another Moose Wars. And hopefully my camera was better this time. That's a, from last time. Slight investment was made.
Yeah, if you guys don't remember, Clemcaster last Moose Wars, you guys kept on roasting him over his camera. And now he's got the new camera. He's going crazy. But with that being said, give him props for that because he went out of his way to cast tonight for you guys, except play. So with that being said, shouts to all of the staff in the background. We had a lot of fantastic casters, a fantastic stream producer, which is going to be Sandwich. Shout out to him. Shout out to all the players. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and raid someone. No, Luna, we're not bringing the old cam back from Clem. But with that being said, have a fantastic rest of your night. We might have to do it for a skit. We'll figure it out. Have a great night, guys. And we'll see you guys in the next Moose Wars event in May 20th and 21st. Have a great night, guys. Peace out.